and claimed 3 times under the moon. While the elders watch by Shadow Howl's tale pass Part 1. The Summoning. Chapter 1. The Moon's Decree. What if the most sacred moment of your life was also your most exposed? What if your claiming, body, soul, and spirit, was not a private surrender but a public offering? What if every gasp, every shiver, every moment of vulnerability was witnessed by ancient eyes that had seen centuries of such rituals? Eyes that judged not just your passion, but your worthiness to survive. Welcome, moon children. For those of you who have walked with us through shadowed forests and blood-soaked treaties, welcome back to the fire. And to you, the newly turned, the curious souls who have stumbled upon this tale of ancient power and forbidden bonds, a special welcome. If this story of moonlight and claiming, of secrets older than memory itself, calls to something wild in your heart, then you belong here. Subscribe now. Join the Moon Children and never miss a moment of the shocking revelations, the primal romance, and the deadly games that unfold when the old laws come calling. The chamber of the first moon does not feel like a sanctuary. It feels like a tomb. Stone walls rise 30 feet on every side, their surfaces carved with the history of 1,000 claiming. Wolves mid-transformation. Lovers entwined beneath celestial light. Blood oaths sealed with flesh. The carvings seem to move in the flickering light of 100 candles, their wax the color of bone, their flames casting shadows that writhe like living things. At the center of the chamber, positioned directly beneath the circular opening in the roof where moonlight will soon pour through, stands the altar of 3 claiming. It is not a bed. It is a raised platform of ancient stone, polished smooth by centuries of bodies, covered now with white furs so pristine they seem to glow. The furs are from the first wolves, or so the legends claim. They are said to remember every claiming, to absorb the essence of each bond formed upon them. Around the altar, arranged in a perfect circle, stand the elders. There are 12 of them, 6 from each of the great packs, the silver crescent and the blood moon. They wear robes of ceremonial black and deep crimson, their faces weathered by time, their eyes holding the weight of centuries. Medallions hang from their necks. Ancient silver discs engraved with symbols that predate written language. These are not mere witnesses. These are the keepers of the old laws, the guardians of traditions that have bound wolfkind since before humans learned to fear the dark. Their presence is a suffocating thing, a wall of judgment and expectation that presses down on the chamber like a physical force. And in the shadows near the great iron doors, Gladys Knight stands frozen, a prisoner in a gown of white silk that might as well be chains. She is 23 winters old, daughter of Marcus Knight, alpha of the Silver Crescent Pack. The gown they have dressed her in is beautiful in the way that funeral shrouds are beautiful. Exquisite, cold, final. It clings to her body like mist, the silk so fine it is nearly transparent in certain lights. Her long dark hair falls in waves down her back, unbound as tradition demands. A claiming bride must come to the altar with nothing hidden, nothing held back. But Gladys has spent her entire life learning to hide. Her hands are clasped before her, fingers interlaced to stop them from trembling. Her breathing is controlled, measured, the product of years of training in how to present the perfect mask of a dutiful daughter. Her father taught her well. emotion is weakness, vulnerability is death, and a woman's power lies in her ability to endure without breaking. She has been enduring her entire life. Tonight, she fears, she will finally break. The moon rises, intones Elder Corvus, the eldest of the Blood Moon representatives. His voice is like gravel scraping against stone, ancient and unforgiving. Let the claiming begin. The words echo through the chamber, and Gladys feels them in her bones, a vibration that seems to resonate with something deep and primal inside her. Against her will, her wolf stirs, a presence she has kept carefully leashed for years, a part of herself she has been taught to fear. The great doors behind her groan open, and cold air rushes in, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth and something else, something that makes every hair on her body stand on end. Him. Ralph Lauren enters the chamber of the first moon like a king entering conquered territory. He is massive, standing well over 6.5 feet tall, his body a weapon forged through centuries of bloodline selection and brutal training. His chest is bare, as tradition demands of the claiming alpha, revealing a landscape of muscle and old scars. He wears only ceremonial leather pants, soft, doesn't-dyed deep black, sitting low on his hips. His feet are bare against the cold stone, but it is his face that steals the breath from Gladys's lungs. Ralph Lauren is beautiful in the way that storms are beautiful, terrible, awesome, dangerous. His features are sharp and aristocratic, his jawline could cut glass, and his eyes are the amber of old whiskey, burning with an intensity that seems to see through flesh and bone straight to the trembling soul beneath. His dark hair is pulled back from his face, revealing the strong column of his neck, the breadth of his shoulders, and on his chest, directly over his heart, is the mark of his bloodline, a tattoo of a wolf in mid-leap, surrounded by phases of the moon. It is the mark of the Blood Moon Alphas, worn by every leader of his pack for 500 years. He does not look at the elders as he enters. He does not acknowledge the sanctity of the chamber or the weight of tradition pressing down upon them all. He looks only at Gladys, and in his gaze, she sees something that terrifies her more than the ritual itself: recognition. As if he knows her, as if he has been waiting for her, as if this moment, this claiming, is not a political necessity but a personal inevitability. Gladys Knight of the Silver Crescent, Elder Corvus intones, his voice cutting through the charged silence. Do you come to this claiming of your own free will, in accordance with the Treaty of the Two Moons, to bind your pack to the Blood Moon through the sacred ritual of three claiming? The words are a formality. Everyone in this chamber knows she has no choice. The treaty was signed before she was born, sealed with her father's blood and his promise. The Silver Crescent Pack was brought to the brink of extinction 30 years ago, their territory ravaged by rogues, their numbers decimated. The Blood Moon Pack saved them, but such salvation comes at a price. That price is now due. Gladys opens her mouth. Her voice, when it comes, is steady. Another mask, perfectly maintained. I do. Ralph Lauren of the Blood Moon, Elder Corvus continues, turning his ancient gaze to the massive alpha. Do you accept this claiming, to take Gladys Knight as your mate through the ritual of three claiming, to bind her body, her spirit, and her soul to yours under the witness of the elders and the gaze of the moon? Ralph's response is not immediate. He takes a long moment, his eyes still locked on Gladys, and something flickers across his face, something that looks almost like regret. But when he speaks, his voice is deep and absolute, filling the chamber like thunder. I accept. The words seem to seal something in the air, a shift in reality itself. Gladys feels it like a physical thing, a tightening around her chest, a binding that has already begun. Then let the first claiming commence, Elder Corvus declares. As the moon rises, so shall the bond be forged. Let flesh meet flesh. Let the Alpha claim what is offered. And let the elders bear witness to the first of 3 unions. The other elders begin a low chant, words in the old tongue that Gladys doesn't understand but feels in her marrow. The sound is hypnotic, primal, pulling at the wolf inside her that has been caged for so long. Ralph begins to move toward the altar, and every step he takes seems to steal the air from the chamber. He moves with the fluid grace of a predator, unhurried but inexorable. The candlelight plays across his bare skin, illuminating old battle scars and the intricate tattoos that mark his body. A history written in ink and blood. Gladys's heart hammers against her ribs. She has been trained for this. She has been prepared, lectured, instructed on what to expect, how to endure. But no amount of preparation can truly ready someone for this moment, for the reality of being claimed under the cold gaze of 12 ancient wolves, while moonlight pours down like judgment from above. As Ralph reaches the base of the altar, he extends his hand to her. Not a command, but an offering. His palm is up, waiting, and in his amber eyes she sees something she didn't expect, a question. For a long moment, Gladys stares at that extended hand. Every instinct screams at her to run, to flee, to fight. But she is Marcus Knight's daughter, and she has never been allowed the luxury of running from her duty. She places her hand in his. His fingers close around hers, warm and rough with calluses, and she feels a jolt run through her body like lightning. His touch is electric, sending shivers racing up her arm, and for a terrible, wonderful moment, her carefully maintained mask cracks. Their eyes meet, and something passes between them. A current, a recognition that goes deeper than sight or sound. Her wolf rises inside her, straining against the mental chains she has kept it bound with, yearning toward this male in a way that terrifies her. No, she cannot let herself feel this, cannot let herself want this. It is a trap, another cage, another way to lose herself. But Ralph is already guiding her up onto the altar, and she finds herself following, her body moving of its own accord. The white furs are impossibly soft beneath her feet, then beneath her knees as he gently presses her down, his movements careful despite his size. The elders' chanting grows louder, and through the circular opening above, the first rays of moonlight begin to descend, pale and cold and absolute. Ralph positions himself above her, his body a cage of muscle and heat, and Gladys feels the weight of every eye upon them. The shame of it crashes over her in a wave. This intimacy that should be private, this vulnerability that should be hers alone to give, stolen and made into spectacle. But then Ralph leans down, his lips close to her ear, and he whispers something so quietly that only she can hear it. Words that are not part of any ritual. Forgive me. And in those 2 words, Gladys hears everything she didn't expect. Regret, reluctance, a pain that mirrors her own. This alpha, this powerful male who is about to claim her in the most primal way possible, does not want this any more than she does. The realization steals her breath. But there is no time to process it, no time to understand, because the moonlight has reached them now, bathing them in its silver glow, and Elder Corvus's voice rings out. Let the first claiming begin. Chapter 2. flesh and deception. The moonlight feels like ice against Gladys's skin, but Ralph's body above hers is furnace hot, a contrast so stark it makes her dizzy. His hands frame her face, calloused thumbs brushing her cheekbones with a gentleness that seems at odds with the brutal strength evident in every line of his body. The elder's chanting has become a drone, a constant undercurrent that seems to pulse with the rhythm of her racing heart. She can feel their eyes on her, judging, assessing, waiting. They are looking for signs of the bond, watching for the moment when the claiming takes hold, when her body accepts what is being done to it. She will not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. Ralph's amber eyes hold hers, and in their depths, she sees a storm of emotions she cannot name. His jaw is clenched so tight she can see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. This close, she can smell him, pine and leather and something wild that calls to the caged wolf inside her. "Look at me," he murmurs, his voice low enough that only she can hear it beneath the chanting. Only at me, not them, never them. It is a kindness she didn't expect, a small mercy in this public violation. She locks her gaze with his and holds on like a lifeline as his body settles against hers, skin against silk. The first touch of his bare chest against the thin fabric of her gown sends electricity racing through her. Her body betrays her, responding in ways she has no control over, and she hates it, hates the heat that blooms low in her belly, hates the way her breath catches, hates that some traitorous part of her wants this. Ralph's hand slides down her side, following the curve of her waist, and she feels the silk of her gown shift, rise, whisper against her thighs. His touch is sure but not rough, claiming but not cruel. Every movement is calculated, deliberate, as if he is trying to give her as much dignity as this degrading ritual will allow. "Breathe," he whispers against her temple, and she realizes she's been holding her breath, her entire body rigid with tension. She forces herself to inhale, to exhale, to remember that she is Marcus Knight's daughter and she does not break. But then his hand finds the bare skin of her thigh, calloused fingers against sensitive flesh, and her carefully controlled breathing hitches. The elder's chanting grows louder, more insistent, and she knows they heard it. That small sound of response, that crack in her armor. Ralph's body shifts, aligning with hers, and the reality of what is about to happen crashes over her like a wave. This is real. This is happening. In moments, she will be claimed, possessed, marked by this male while ancient wolves watch and judge. But as Ralph positions himself, as the moment of consummation approaches, something happens. His body goes rigid above her. His breathing, which had been controlled, suddenly becomes ragged. His eyes, which had been focused on her with such intensity, suddenly widen with something that looks like shock. And then, barely audible beneath the chanting, she hears him mutter a curse in the old tongue. "What's," she begins, but he shakes his head sharply, his expression transforming from pained resignation to alert alarm in the space of a heartbeat. His hand, which had been caressing her thigh, suddenly presses down, not in passion but in warning. His fingers dig into her flesh, deliberate, painful, a message transmitted through touch alone because words would be heard. 3 sharp presses, pause, 3 more, danger. Gladys's entire world narrows to those pressured points on her thigh. She has been trained in the silent language of the pack, the ways wolves communicate when enemies are listening. But she never expected to need it here, in the most sacred chamber of their kind, surrounded by elders. Ralph's eyes bore into hers, and she sees fear there now, not for himself, but for her. His hand moves again, this time tracing a pattern on her skin beneath the silk. Letters, crude but unmistakable. Wine. Her blood turns to ice. Before the ceremony, she had been given wine, a ceremonial vintage blessed by the elders, meant to ease the transition, to calm her nerves. She had drunk it without question because to refuse would have been unthinkable. Ralph's fingers press again, more insistent. Poison. The word screams through her mind even though no sound escapes her lips. The wine was poisoned. But why? And by whom? The ritual demands 3 claiming over the course of the night. If she is dying, if the poison is meant to kill her, then the 3rd time. The 3rd claiming is when the bond would be complete, when her soul would be tied to Ralph's, when the treaty would be sealed in the most permanent way possible. If she dies before then, the claiming is incomplete. The treaty would be void. Someone wants this treaty to fail. Someone wants her dead. The realization slams into her with such force that her body jerks involuntarily. The elders' chanting stutters for a moment, and she feels their attention sharpen, focus on her like a blade. Ralph reacts instantly. His mouth crashes down on hers, swallowing any sound she might make, and the kiss is not gentle or careful. It is consuming, desperate, a performance of passion designed to explain her movement, her reaction. But beneath the performance, his hand continues its urgent message against her skin. Trust me. And then he is moving, his body completing what the ritual demands, and Gladys has to bite down on her tongue to keep from crying out. Not from pain, but from the overwhelming sensation of being filled, claimed, possessed. It is too much, too intense, a physical invasion that her body was not prepared for despite all the instruction she received. But Ralph does not give her time to process, does not allow her to retreat into her mind the way she has learned to do when things become unbearable. His hand finds hers, fingers interlacing, squeezing, and that simple touch, that connection of palm to palm, becomes her anchor. The claiming is brutal in its efficiency. Ralph moves with the precision of a warrior completing a mission, his body doing what the ritual demands while his mind is clearly elsewhere, calculating, planning. This is not the passionate claiming the elders expect. This is survival. And beneath it all, Gladys feels something else stirring. A warmth in her chest that has nothing to do with the physical act. A pull toward this male that transcends the forced nature of their union. Her wolf recognizes something in him, responds to him in ways that terrify her. Because if she allows herself to feel this, if she allows herself to want him, then they have won. She will truly be claimed, truly be possessed, and she will have lost the last pieces of herself she has fought so hard to protect. The moonlight intensifies, pouring through the opening above in a column of silver fire. It bathes them both, and Gladys feels something shift inside her. A crack in the carefully constructed walls she has built around her wolf. A fracture in the chains she has used to bind it. No, she cannot let it out. Cannot let herself be vulnerable. Not here. Not now. But Ralph's hand tightens on hers, and his voice, rough and strained, whispers against her ear. Let go. Trust me. Let go. And against every instinct, every defense mechanism she has built over 23 years of survival, Gladys does. She lets go. Her wolf surges forward. not in aggression, but in recognition, and suddenly she can feel Ralph's wolf too, a massive, ancient presence that rises to meet hers. The connection that forms is not gentle. It is violent, earth-shattering, a collision of two forces that were never meant to be separated. The bond snaps into place with such force that Gladys's back arches off the furs, a cry tearing from her throat that is not pain or pleasure, but something beyond both, an acknowledgement of something fundamental and irreversible. The elder's chanting reaches a crescendo and then abruptly cuts off. Silence crashes down on the chamber like a physical blow. Ralph collapses against her, his breathing ragged, his body shaking with effort or emotion or both. For a long moment, neither of them moves. They simply lie there, connected in the most intimate way possible, their hearts thundering in sync, their wolves still pressed together in that space beyond the physical. Then Elder Corvus's voice, dry as ancient parchment, cuts through the silence. The first claiming is complete. Let the bond be witnessed and recorded. Ralph slowly pulls back, separating from her, and the loss of contact is almost painful. He reaches for a ceremonial robe that has been laid beside the altar, wrapping it around her with careful hands, his fingers trembling slightly as he ties the sash. His eyes meet hers, and in them, she sees a terrible urgency. They have perhaps an hour before the second claiming. 1 hour to solve a mystery that could kill them both. 1 hour to find out who wants them dead, and why. As the elders begin to file out of the chamber, giving them the traditional interlude before the second ritual, Ralph leans down one final time, his lips brushing her ear. The wine. Who gave it to you? Gladys's mind races back through the ceremonial preparations. There had been so many people, handmaidens, attendants, her father's advisors, but one face rises to the surface of her memory. An elderly woman in elder's robes, one of the Silver Crescent representatives, who had personally handed her the goblet with a smile that had seemed kind at the time. Elder Miriam, she whispers back, and she feels Ralph's entire body go rigid beside her. Impossible, he breathes. She's been on the Elder Council for 40 years. She's incorruptible. Is anyone truly incorruptible when enough is at stake? Their eyes meet again, and in that moment, Gladys sees the truth of their situation reflected back at her. They are pawns in a game they don't understand. Pieces being moved by players they cannot see, and they have less than an hour to change the rules. Chapter 3. Bloodlines and Betrayals. The antechamber off the main hall is smaller but no less oppressive. The walls here are carved with the genealogies of both packs. Centuries of names, bloodlines tracing back to the first wolves. Gladys stands before a basin of water, washing away the evidence of the first claiming with mechanical precision, while Ralph paces like a caged animal behind her. They are not alone. 2 attendants hover by the door, one from each pack, present to ensure no rules are broken during the interlude. But they stand far enough away that whispered conversation is possible, as long as they are careful. Elder Miriam served with my grandfather, Gladys says quietly, her hands still moving through the water, her voice carefully neutral. She was there when the treaty was first proposed. She argued for it. Ralph's pacing stops. And my father trusted her. After the old Alpha, my grandfather, died and my father took power, Miriam was one of the few Silver Crescent elders he truly believed had the pack's best interests at heart. Gladys turns to face him, pulling a soft robe around her body. If she's behind this, then we're not just dealing with someone who wants the treaty to fail. We're dealing with someone who has been playing a very long game. Or she's a pawn herself. Ralph moves to the small table where refreshments have been laid out. Wine, fruit, bread. His hand hovers over the wine carafe, then pulls back as if burned. We can't trust anything. Not food, not drink, not the air we breathe. How much time do I have? Gladys asks the question that has been screaming through her mind since Ralph first spelled out the word poison against her skin. Before the poison takes effect? Ralph's jaw clenches. I don't know. I could smell it on you the moment I got close. Something bitter beneath your natural scent. Something that set every instinct I have on fire. But I don't know what it is or how fast it works. You could smell it? Gladys takes a step toward him, her mind racing. Then you have to be able to identify it. Your pack has the most extensive knowledge of poisons in our territory. The Blood Moon healers are all loyal to my father. Ralph cuts her off, and there's something in his voice that makes her stop cold. And that's the other problem we need to discuss. He turns to face her fully, and in the low light of the antechamber, she can see the weight he carries. The burden that goes far beyond this ritual claiming. What aren't you telling me? She asks, and she's surprised by how calm her voice sounds, how steady, when everything inside her is chaos. Ralph glances at the attendants, then moves closer to her, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. I need you to understand something about my position, about why I accepted this claiming when every instinct I have told me it was wrong. I thought you had no choice. The treaty requires a Blood Moon Alpha to claim a Silver Crescent bride, Ralph interrupts. But I'm not the Alpha. The words hang in the air between them like a blade. What? I'm not the Alpha, Ralph repeats, and now she can hear the bitterness in his voice, Geet, the rage barely contained beneath the surface. My father, Nathaniel Lauren, is the Alpha of the Blood Moon Pack. I'm his eldest son, his heir apparent. But I am not the Alpha. Not yet. And if my father had his way, I never would be. Gladys's mind reels. But you wear the mark. You carry yourself with the authority. All true. Because I was raised to be Alpha. Groomed for it from the moment I could walk. But 3 years ago, something changed. Ralph's hands clench into fists at his sides. My father began to see me as a threat rather than an heir. He started consolidating power, pushing me out of important decisions, undermining my authority with the pack. And when this claiming was arranged, when your father and mine sat down to formalize the treaty, he volunteered you instead of taking a second mate himself, Gladys finishes, understanding crashing over her like a wave. A claiming is binding. It would tie you to the Silver Crescent Pack, divide your loyalties, make it impossible for you to challenge him for leadership. And if you die during the claiming, Ralph continues, his voice hollow, then I'm not just bound to a failed treaty. I'm marked as the Alpha who couldn't even complete a sacred ritual. I would be finished, disgraced. My father could name a new heir, probably my younger brother Marcus, who has always been more pliable, more willing to follow orders without question. The pieces begin to fall into place with terrible clarity. So, your father has a motive to see me dead. And my father... Gladys's throat tightens. My father is desperate to maintain the alliance with the Blood Moon Pack. Our territory is still weak, still vulnerable. Without Blood Moon protection, we would be easy prey for the northern rogues. But if you die during a claiming he arranged, Ralph adds, he could argue that the Blood Moon Pack failed to honor the treaty, could demand reparations, additional protections, better terms. We're not pawns, Gladys whispers, the full horror of it settling into her bones. We're sacrifices. Both of our fathers are willing to see us dead if it serves their purposes. Ralph reaches for her then, his hands cupping her face with a gentleness that seems impossible from someone his size. I won't let you die. I don't care what games our fathers are playing, what political calculations they've made. I won't let you die. Wes, the question escapes before Gladys can stop it. You don't know me. This claiming is as much a prison for you as it is for me, Becky. Why would you protect me? Ralph's amber eyes search hers, and what she sees in their depth steals her breath. Because the moment I walked into that chamber and saw you standing there, trying so hard to be brave, to not show your fear, I felt it. The bond. Not the forced one from the ritual, but something deeper. Something that was already there, waiting. That's not possible, Gladys breathes. Bonds don't form before a claiming. That's not how it works. And poison isn't supposed to be served in a sacred ritual, Ralph counters. And elders who have served for decades aren't supposed to betray their own kind. We're past the point of what's supposed to happen, Gladys. We're in uncharted territory now. One of the attendants clears her throat, a pointed reminder that time is passing, that the second claiming will begin soon. Ralph's hands drop from Gladys's face, but his eyes never leave hers. We need proof, something concrete that we can present to the Council of Alphas. Because if we're right, if both our fathers are involved in this, then the corruption goes deeper than just them. It means the elders are compromised. It means the entire foundation of pack law is at risk. The wine, Gladys says suddenly. Elder Miriam handed it to me, but she didn't pour it herself. There was a serving girl, young, maybe 16 or 17. I remember thinking it was odd that she looked so nervous for such a routine task. Can you describe her? Gladys closes her eyes, pulling the memory forward. Auburn hair, pale skin, a mark on her left hand, a burn scar in the shape of a crescent. She hears Ralph suck in a sharp breath. I know that girl. Her name is Sarah. She's one of the kitchen workers in Blood Moon territory, but she's Silver Crescent born. Her family was killed in a rogue attack 5 years ago, and my father took her in as an act of mercy. Or an investment, Gladys murmurs. A young, traumatized girl who would be grateful, loyal, easily manipulated. We need to find her. Ralph moves toward the door, but Gladys catches his arm. We can't, not yet. If we disappear, if we fail to complete the second claiming, the elders will know something is wrong. We have to play along, at least for now. The words taste like ash in her mouth, but she forces them out anyway. We have to go back to that altar and finish what we started. Ralph turns back to her, and she sees the conflict in his face. The alpha who wants to hunt down their enemies, warring with the mate who wants to protect her from further violation. I know, she says softly, answering his unspoken concern. I know what it means, but if we run now, we're dead anyway. At least this way, we have a chance. A chance to do what? Ralph's voice is rough with frustration. Complete the claiming? Seal a bond that will tie us together forever? And what happens when your father or mine makes their next move? What happens when they realize the poison didn't work? Then we make sure they don't get a chance to try again. Gladys straightens her shoulders, and she feels something shift inside her. The frightened girl who walked into this chamber is dying, and something harder, sharper is taking her place. And you said you felt the bond before the ritual even started. I did too. I've been trying to deny it, to convince myself it was just fear or manipulation or some trick of the old magic. But it's not. She steps closer to him, until they're almost touching, until she can feel the heat radiating from his skin. Whatever our fathers intended, they made a mistake. They thought this claiming would weaken us, divide us, make us easy to control or dispose of. But they're wrong. If we're going to survive this, if we're going to expose them and stop whatever larger plan is in motion, then we can't fight the bond. We have to embrace it. Embrace it, Ralph echoes, and there's something almost like wonder in his voice. You're talking about actually completing the claiming, not just the physical ritual, but the spiritual bond. The soul tie. Yes. That's permanent, Gladys. There's no going back from that. If we forge a true bond, we'll be connected for the rest of our lives. You'll feel what I feel, know what I know, and I'll have the same access to you. Every thought, every emotion, every fear and hope and dream, it will all be shared. I know. And she does. The lectures her mother gave her before she died, the warnings about the power and the danger of a true mate bond, they're all echoing through her mind. But so is something else. An instinct that goes deeper than training or teaching, a certainty that feels like it comes from her very soul. This male is hers, and she is his. And nothing their fathers or the elders or anyone else does can change that fundamental truth. The second claiming, Ralph says slowly, his mind clearly racing through implications and strategies, would be the time to solidify our connection. But we'd need to be careful. The elders will be watching for signs of a true bond forming. If they see it, if they realize what's happening, then they'll know their plan has failed, Gladys finishes, and they'll have to make a choice. Expose themselves by trying to stop it, or let it continue and lose their leverage over us. It's a gamble. Everything about tonight has been a gamble. Gladys reaches up and touches his face, her palm against his jaw, feeling the muscle jump beneath her touch. But I'd rather gamble on this, on us, than passively wait to be poisoned or sacrificed or whatever else they have planned. Ralph turns his head, pressing a kiss to her palm, and the gesture is so tender. So at odds with the brutal claiming that happened on the altar, that Gladys feels tears prick at her eyes. Then we go back, Ralph murmurs against her skin. We complete the second claiming, and we do it right this time. Not a performance for the elders, but a true bonding. And while they're all watching us, trying to figure out what went wrong with their poison, we find a way to get proof of the conspiracy. How? Ralph's smile is sharp and dangerous. I have an idea, but you're not going to like it. Before he can explain, the great doors begin to groan open, and Elder Corvus's voice echoes through the chamber. Let the second claiming commence. Bring forth the bride and the alpha under the moon's high witness. Gladys and Ralph exchange one long look, a conversation without words passing between them. Then together, they turn and walk back toward the chamber of the first moon, toward the altar, toward the 12 watching elders and the moonlight that falls like judgment, toward a claiming that will either save them or damn them both. But this time, Gladys is not walking to her execution. This time, she is walking to war. Part 2. The Binding. Chapter 4. The second claiming. The chamber of the first moon has transformed in their absence. The moonlight pouring through the circular opening has intensified. The beam thicker now, almost solid in its luminescence. It bathes the altar in silver fire, making the white furs seem to glow from within. But what draws Gladys's attention are the changes to the circle of elders. They have rearranged themselves. Before, they stood in a perfect ring, equidistant from each other, a unified front of ancient authority. But now, subtle shifts have occurred. Elder Miriam has moved closer to the altar, her position now at the southern point where the moonlight is strongest. Elder Corvus has shifted to stand directly opposite her, at the northern point, his weathered face unreadable in the shadows. The other elders have repositioned as well, forming what Gladys recognizes with a chill as a different configuration entirely. This is not the traditional witnessing circle. This is a binding formation. Ralph's hand tightens on hers as they approach the altar, a warning and a reassurance all at once. He sees it too. Whatever is about to happen, it goes beyond the standard ritual. The moon has reached its apex, Elder Corvus intones, his voice somehow both resonant and hollow, as if he's speaking from a great distance. The second claiming shall bind spirit to spirit. Let the wolves within recognize their match. Let the souls intertwine. Gladys feels her wolf stir at the words, rising closer to the surface than it has been in years. She has kept it leashed for so long, suppressed beneath layers of control and discipline, that its sudden surge of power takes her breath away. Beside her, Ralph's body goes rigid, and she knows his wolf is responding as well, called forth by the ritual words and the positioning of the elders and something else. Something in the air itself that feels charged with ancient power. They climb onto the altar together this time, not separated by hesitation or shame. Ralph's hands are steady as he helps her recline against the firs, and when his body covers hers, there is no pretense of distance. No attempt to preserve dignity through emotional detachment. This time, they are choosing this. "Look at me," Ralph murmurs, echoing his words from the first claiming. But now there is no desperation in his voice, only fierce certainty. "Stay with me, Gladys. Whatever happens, whatever you feel, stay with me." She nods, her hands coming up to grip his shoulders, anchoring herself to him. The elders begin to chant, but it is not the same droning rhythm from before. This is older, darker, words in a tongue so ancient that even the air seems to recoil from them. The language predates the packs, predates even the first wolves. This is the speech of the old magic, the primal forces that created their kind. Ralph's body moves against hers, but this time there is no mechanical efficiency, no detached completion of duty. This is claiming in its truest form, a merging of flesh and spirit, a conscious choice to bind oneself to another completely. And as their bodies join, as Ralph fills her with a slowness that borders on reverence, Gladys feels it begin. The bond. Not the pale shadow from the first claiming, that involuntary recognition of compatibility. This is something vast and terrifying, a connection that slams into existence with the force of a thunderclap. She can feel Ralph's wolf now, not as a separate entity, but as an extension of her own consciousness. His emotions pour into her, determination, protectiveness, and beneath it all, a blazing need that has nothing to do with the physical act and everything to do with claiming her as his in every way that matters. But with his emotions come his thoughts, his memories, and in a flash of understanding that nearly breaks her, she sees the truth of his life. She sees a boy of 7, watching his mother die from a wasting sickness while his father stood by, unmoved, already planning how to use her death to his political advantage. She sees a young man of 19, winning his first real challenge, proving himself worthy of the alpha title, only to have his father publicly undermine the victory, claiming it was luck rather than skill. She sees countless moments of betrayal, manipulation, and cold calculation. A father who saw his son not as an heir to be nurtured, but as a rival to be neutralized. She sees Ralph, just 3 nights ago, standing before his father and pleading not to be sent to this claiming. Not because he didn't believe in duty, but because he could sense the trap being laid. And she sees Nathaniel Lauren's response. A smile devoid of warmth and the words, "You are my son. Of course I want what's best for you." The lie had been so smooth, so perfect, that even Ralph, who knew his father's nature, had almost believed it. Gladys gasps, her fingers digging into Ralph's shoulders, and she feels tears streaming down her face. Not from pain or fear, but from the overwhelming rush of understanding. This male above her, this powerful alpha who carries himself with such confidence and strength, is as much a prisoner as she is. Perhaps even more so, because at least her father's neglect had been honest. Ralph's father had wrapped his cruelty in the guise of love and duty, making every betrayal cut twice as deep. "I see you," she whispers, the words pulled from her soul. "Ralph, I see you." His eyes, which had been closed in concentration, snap open, and in them she sees her own reflection, but more than that, she sees herself through his eyes. She sees herself as he first saw her, standing in the chamber of the first moon, with her chin held high despite the fear she couldn't quite hide, her hands clasped to still their trembling, her entire being radiating a quiet strength that had stolen his breath. She sees herself through the first claiming, not as a victim being claimed, but as a warrior enduring torture, never breaking, never begging, maintaining her dignity even when everything was being stripped away. She sees herself as he sees her now, fierce and brave and beautiful, not despite her fear, but because of her refusal to let it control her. And beneath all of it, she feels his truth, the thing he has been trying to tell her since the moment he whispered "forgive me" against her ear. He fell in love with her the instant he saw her. Before the ritual, before the bond, before anything should have been possible. He looked at her, and his soul recognized its match. And every moment since has been a battle between his duty to protect her and his duty to complete a ritual he knew was designed to destroy them both. The realization breaks something open inside Gladys. All the walls she has built, all the defenses she has maintained, crumbling like sandcastles before a tide. Her wolf surges forward, no longer a caged thing, but a willing participant. And she feels it reach for Ralph's wolf with a ferocity that shakes them both. The bond solidifies with a sensation like lightning striking from within. It burns through her veins, her mind, her very essence, and when it settles, she is no longer just Gladys. She is Gladys and Ralph, two souls occupying two bodies but connected by something that transcends physical form. She can feel his heartbeat as if it's her own, can sense his wolf like a second presence in her mind, can taste his emotions on her tongue, the fierce joy of recognition, the terror of what they're risking, the determination to see this through no matter the cost. And he, she knows, feels all of her as well. Her years of loneliness, her quiet desperation, her secret hopes that she barely allowed herself to acknowledge. He knows her now, truly and completely, in ways no one ever has before. The elders' chanting reaches a crescendo, but there is something wrong in the rhythm now, something discordant. Through her newly enhanced senses, Gladys can feel the magic in the chamber shifting, twisting, responding to the bond in ways that clearly surprise the elders. Ralph's movements become more urgent, and she understands without words what he needs. completion. The second claiming must be finished, the bond sealed at the physical level to match the spiritual union they've just forged. She moves with him, their bodies finding a rhythm that feels ancient and new all at once. This is not the cold consummation of the first claiming. This is a dance, a battle, a merging that is as much about souls as it is about flesh. When the peak comes, when they shatter together in a moment of perfect unity, Gladys feels something snap into place deep in her chest. A connection so profound that she knows instinctively it can never be broken. Not by death, not by distance, not by time itself. They are bound. The moonlight flares blindingly bright, and for a single instant, Gladys sees something that makes her blood freeze. Shadows moving in the light. Shapes that are not human or wolf, but something else entirely. Something that watches with ageless eyes. Then the light dims, returning to its previous intensity, and the shapes are gone. But Gladys knows what she saw, and through the bond, she knows Ralph saw it too. The elders fall silent. The chamber holds its breath. Elder Corvus takes a step forward, his ancient face twisted into an expression that might be awe or might be horror. When he speaks, his voice trembles for the first time since the ritual began. The bond is true. The words hang in the air like an accusation. Around the circle, the other elders shift. Their calm facades cracking to reveal confusion, alarm, and in the case of Elder Miriam, fear. Impossible, Miriam breathes, loud enough for everyone to hear. The second claiming should not produce a true bond, not without... She cuts herself off, but the damage is done. Not without what, Elder Miriam? Ralph's voice cuts through the charged atmosphere like a blade. He has risen from the altar, pulling Gladys up with him, and he faces the elders not as a supplicant, but as an equal. What were you expecting to happen? What was supposed to prevent the bond from forming? The silence that follows is deafening. Gladys can feel Ralph's fury through the bond, a white-hot rage that he keeps carefully leashed. But she can also feel his calculation, his mind working through the implications of Miriam's slip. The wine, Gladys says softly, but in the silent chamber her voice carries perfectly. You knew about the wine, Elder Miriam. You knew what it would do. Miriam's face goes pale, then flushes with anger. You dare accuse an elder, a member of your own pack? I dare accuse a poisoner, Gladys responds, and she is surprised by the strength in her own voice, the certainty. You gave me wine laced with bloodroot tincture. You intended to make me barren, to ensure that this union, even if completed, would produce no heirs. But that wasn't all, was it? Bloodroot doesn't just prevent conception. In sufficient doses mixed with certain other compounds, it interferes with bond formation. You intended for the bond to fail. Ralph continues, his voice like gravel. You wanted us to complete the physical ritual but never achieve true union. Why? What purpose does an incomplete bond serve? Enough, Elder Corvus's voice thunders through the chamber. These are serious accusations. Do you have proof? We will, Ralph says with absolute conviction. But first, I think Elder Miriam should explain why she looks so terrified right now. If she's innocent, she should welcome the opportunity to clear her name. All eyes turn to Miriam. The elderly woman stands frozen, her hands trembling, her eyes darting between the other elders as if searching for allies. But the other elders have taken subtle steps back, distancing themselves from her. Miriam's voice cracks. I was following orders. The admission is a stone dropped into still water, the ripples spreading outward in waves of shock. Whose orders? Elder Corvus demands, and now there is steel in his voice. The authority of someone who has just realized that his sacred ceremony has been violated. Miriam's mouth opens, closes. She looks like a woman standing on the edge of a cliff, trying to decide whether to jump or be pushed. Then finally, she straightens her spine and lifts her chin. I was following the orders of Alpha Marcus Knight and Alpha Nathaniel Lauren. The chamber erupts. Chapter 5. Conspiracy Unmasked. The elders' voices rise in a cacophony of shock and denial, their carefully maintained composure shattering like glass. Elder Corvus raises his hand for silence, but it takes several long moments before the chamber quiets enough for speech. You are claiming, Corvus says, his voice tight with barely controlled rage, that two alphas, the very leaders who proposed this treaty, who agreed to seal peace through this sacred claiming, conspired to sabotage their own ritual. Not sabotage, Miriam says, and now that the truth is spilling out, she seems almost relieved. Ensure a specific outcome. They wanted the claiming to be completed, yes. They wanted the treaty to technically be fulfilled. But they did not want the bond to be true. They did not want... She glances at Ralph and Gladys, her expression complicated. They did not want their children to have real power. Why? Gladys feels like she's watching the scene from outside her body, her voice eerily calm. Why would my father want me bound in an incomplete bond? Why would he force me into this ritual but sabotage its true purpose? Miriam's eyes are sad when they meet Gladys's. Because a true bond between the heir of Blood Moon and the daughter of Silver Crescent would create something neither of your fathers could control. Two bonded wolves with legitimate claim to leadership of both packs? You would be untouchable, unassailable. No alpha could challenge you without risking challenge from both territories. Ralph's hand finds Gladys's, their fingers interlacing as the truth of their father's betrayal settles over them like a shroud. Through the bond, she feels his pain. Not surprise, because he had suspected his father's involvement, but the sharp anguish of having his worst fears confirmed. They wanted us married but weak, Ralph says flatly. Connected enough to fulfill the treaty, but isolated enough to be discarded when we were no longer useful. And the poison, Gladys forces herself to ask. The blood root. That wasn't just to prevent the bond, was it? Blood root in high doses over time causes wasting sickness, Ralph finishes, his voice hollow. The same thing that killed my mother. A slow death that looks natural. That can be blamed on a fragile constitution or bad luck or a dozen other convenient lies. Through the bond, Gladys feels a surge of memory from Ralph. His mother, growing weaker over months and years. The healers unable to explain her decline. And his father, always so solicitous, always bringing her special teas and tonics to ease her suffering. Your father killed your mother, Gladys breathes, horror flooding through her. He poisoned her for years, and everyone thought it was just illness. Ralph's face is a mask of granite, but she can feel the storm raging inside him through their connection. And he planned to do the same to you. Marry you to me, ensure the bond was weak enough that I couldn't sense the poisoning through our connection, and then slowly kill you. When you died, he could claim I had failed as a mate, that I was unworthy of leadership. And your father... He turns to Gladys, and she sees the fury in his eyes. Your father would get everything he wanted. The treaty would be fulfilled, so he'd maintain Blood Moon protection. But with you dead and me disgraced, he could demand reparations. could negotiate new terms from a position of moral superiority. Your daughter was murdered in our care, Miriam says softly, confirming Ralph's theory. That was the plan. A tragic accident, a failure of the Blood Moon Pack to protect their mate. Marcus Knight could have renegotiated the entire treaty in his favor. Elder Corvus looks like he has aged a decade in the past few minutes. This is the depths of this betrayal. I cannot. He turns to the other elders. The council must be convened. The Alphas must answer for this. Such manipulation of sacred law, such desecration of the claiming ritual. The punishment is exile at minimum, death at most. No. The voice comes from the back of the chamber, and every head turns toward the entrance. Standing in the doorway, flanked by armed guards, are two figures. On the left, Marcus Knight, Gladys's father, his silver hair gleaming in the moonlight, his face calm despite the explosive accusations that have just been leveled against him. On the right, Nathaniel Lauren, Ralph's father, slightly younger than Marcus, but with the same cold calculation in his eyes. I'm afraid, Nathaniel says smoothly, that won't be possible. The guards move into the chamber, and Gladys realizes with sinking horror that they outnumber the elders 3-1. This is not a ceremonial escort. This is a show of force. You dare bring weapons into the chamber of the first moon? Elder Corvus's voice shakes with outrage. You dare violate the sacred space with threats of violence? I dare do whatever is necessary to protect the interests of my pack, Nathaniel responds, his voice as cold as winter ice. And right now, those interests require that this misunderstanding be contained. Marcus Knight steps forward, his eyes on Gladys. She hasn't seen her father since the ritual began, and looking at him now, she barely recognizes him. Or perhaps she's simply seeing him clearly for the first time. Daughter, Marcus says, and the word is devoid of warmth. You have performed admirably. The first claiming was acceptable, the second was unexpected, but not entirely problematic. We can work with a true bond if it comes to that. But these accusations, this hysteria, it must stop, now. Hysteria? Gladys feels laughter bubbling up in her throat, edged with something wild and dangerous. You tried to poison me. You conspired with him. She gestures at Nathaniel. To murder your own daughter. And you call my response hysteria? I call it a misunderstanding fueled by the stress of the ritual. Marcus replies calmly. The wine was blessed, not poisoned. Elder Miriam is clearly confused, likely suffering from the early stages of age-related dementia. It's tragic, really. We'll ensure she receives the care she needs. You'd silence her, Ralph snarls, moving forward. But Nathaniel's guards immediately level their weapons. You'd kill her just like you killed my mother, just like you were planning to kill Gladys. My son, Nathaniel says, and his voice is almost fond, as if he's dealing with a child throwing a tantrum. You've always had such an active imagination. Your mother died of natural causes, and you know it. The healers confirmed it. Healers you paid, Ralph counters. Healers who answered to you. Healers who told the truth. Nathaniel's expression hardens. And the truth is this. You are going to complete the third claiming. You are going to seal this treaty. And then you and your new mate are going to retire to a nice, quiet estate on the borders of our territories, where you'll live in peaceful obscurity and leave the actual business of leadership to those who understand it. And if we refuse? Gladys asks, though she already knows the answer. Marcus and Nathaniel exchange a glance. Then Marcus speaks, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Then you'll die here, tonight. A tragic accident during the claiming ritual. These things happen, especially when young wolves try to forge bonds beyond their capacity. The strain can be fatal. The threat hangs in the air, naked and undeniable. The guards' hands tighten on their weapons. The elders stand frozen, clearly calculating their chances if this turns into a bloodbath. Through the bond, Gladys feels Ralph's mind racing, assessing options. They are outnumbered, outarmed, and trapped in a chamber with limited exits. The elders are old and would be slaughtered in seconds if they tried to fight. Any resistance would end with everyone dead except the two alphas and their loyal guards. But as she feels Ralph's calculation, she also feels something else rising through their bond. Not from Ralph, but from deeper. From the wolves themselves. The two wolves who have just been bound in a true mate bond. Who have been recognized by the old magic as a matched pair. And the old magic, Gladys realizes with a clarity that feels like prophecy, is not pleased with this violation of its sacred space. There's a third option, Gladys says quietly, and she feels Ralph's surprise ripple through the bond, followed by understanding as he senses what she's sensing. And what would that be? Nathaniel asks, his tone mocking. Gladys looks up at the circular opening above the altar where moonlight pours down in an unbroken column. Then she looks at the carvings on the walls. Centuries of claimings, all watched over by forces far older than the current pack structures. We let the moon decide, she says. Marcus's expression twists with contempt. Superstitious nonsense. The moon is a celestial body, not a judge. Is it? Elder Corvus's voice cuts through the tension, and there's something in his tone that makes everyone pause. You are both young men, barely past your first century. But I have lived for 400 years, and I have served in this chamber for 3 of them. I have seen things that would turn your blood to ice. The moon is not merely a light in the sky. And the chamber of the first moon is not called such because we like the view. Old fool, Nathaniel spits. You've spent too long breathing incense and muttering over rituals. There is no magic, there is only power, and we have it. Then you have nothing to fear, Ralph says, his voice taking on a formal cadence. From invoking the right of moon judgment. The elders gasp collectively. Even Marcus and Nathaniel look momentarily taken aback. That law is archaic, Marcus says, recovering quickly. It hasn't been invoked in generations. Because it hasn't been needed, Elder Corvus responds. His eyes are sharp now, calculating. But the law is clear. If 2 parties dispute the outcome or sanctity of a claiming, they may invoke moon judgment. The ritual continues, but the moon itself becomes the arbiter. Those who have violated sacred law will be marked. Those who are true will be protected. Marked how? One of the guards asks nervously. No one answers because no one living has seen it. But the carvings on the walls tell stories. Wolves burned by moonlight, others bathed in its grace. Truth revealed, lies punished. This is ridiculous, Nathaniel says, but his voice has lost some of its certainty. We're not going to stand here and wait for some mythical judgment. Then leave, Ralph says simply. Take your guards and go. If you're confident in your innocence, if you truly believe the moon has no power, then why does the prospect of standing under its light frighten you? It's a trap, and a brilliant one. If Nathaniel and Marcus leave, they confirm their guilt through cowardice. If they stay and nothing happens, they win. They can claim the old laws are meaningless and proceed with their plans. But if they stay and something does happen, through the bond, Gladys feels Ralph's fierce hope mingling with his terror. This is an insane gamble. The rite of moon judgment is legend, story, something that old elders whisper about but no one really believes. And yet, what other option do they have? "We're not afraid," Marcus says finally, stepping fully into the chamber. "We have nothing to hide, nothing to fear from superstition and old stories. Let's end this farce once and for all." Nathaniel follows his lead, though Gladys can see the tension in his shoulders. The guards spread out around the perimeter of the chamber, weapons still ready, but their expressions uncertain. Elder Corvus moves to the center of the circle, his movements slow and deliberate. The other elders fall in behind him, forming the ceremonial ring once more. Even Elder Miriam, her fate now tied to the outcome of this judgment, takes her place. "Ralph Lauren of the Blood Moon Pack," Corvus intones, his voice taking on the resonance of ritual. "Gladys Knight of the Silver Crescent Pack, do you invoke the rite of moon judgment? Do you call upon the ancient powers to reveal truth and punish deception?" "We do," they say in unison, their voices harmonizing in a way that sends shivers through everyone present. "Then let the third claiming commence," Corvus declares. "But know this, if judgment is to be rendered, all present will be subject to it. The moon sees all, the moon knows all, and the moon does not forgive." Gladys and Ralph move back to the altar. The furs seem warmer now, almost alive beneath her touch. As Ralph positions himself above her, she looks up through the opening at the moon hanging in the night sky, and for just a moment, she could swear it looks back. Chapter 6. The Moon's Judgment. The moonlight has a weight to it now that it didn't before. As it pours down through the circular opening, bathing the altar in silver radiance, Gladys can feel it pressing against her skin like water, like wind, like something alive and aware. Ralph's body covers hers, and through the bond she feels everything he feels. The terror and the hope, the rage at his father and the fierce protectiveness toward her, the determination to see this through no matter the cost. "Stay with me," he murmurs against her ear, echoing his words from the previous claimings. But this time, the words carry additional weight this time, they're not just about enduring a ritual, they're about survival itself. The elders begin to chant, but the words are different from before. This is older still, a language that seems to bypass the ears entirely and speak directly to something primal in the blood. Gladys's wolf rises to the surface, no longer caged or controlled, and she feels Ralph's wolf do the same. Their bodies join, and it's different from both previous claimings. The first had been a cold duty, a violation endured. The second had been a conscious choice, a forging of bonds. But this is a claiming witnessed not just by elders and alphas, but by something ancient and vast, something that has been sleeping in the stones of this chamber for centuries, and is now, finally, waking. As they move together, Gladys becomes aware of a humming in the air, a vibration that starts at the edge of her perception and gradually grows louder, stronger. The moonlight intensifies, becoming almost solid, and she realizes that it's not just falling on them, it's entering them, flowing through them like blood through veins. Through the bond, she feels Ralph's wolf surge forward, and her own wolf rushes to meet it. They twine together, not just spiritually, but in a space that exists between physical and ethereal, a place where moonlight is tangible and intention is form. And in that space, in that moment of perfect unity, Gladys hears it. A voice that is not a voice, words that are not words, a communication that bypasses language entirely. Show me. It is a command and a request and a promise all at once. Show me your truth. Show me your hearts. Show me what lies beneath flesh and claim and fear. Ralph's response is immediate, a flood of memory and emotion, everything that he has laid bare. She sees through his eyes as he opens himself completely to this ancient power, holding nothing back. His love for her, admitted fully now. His rage at his father, his grief for his mother, his determination to protect those weaker than himself. His fear that he's not strong enough, not wise enough, not worthy enough of the power he was born to wield. And then, because the bond means they hide nothing from each other, Gladys feels the power turn to her. Show me. For a moment, she wants to resist. All her life, she's been taught to hide, to suppress, to never let anyone see the true depths of her thoughts and feelings. Vulnerability is death, her father always said. Exposure is the same as bleeding in shark-infested waters. But Ralph's presence in her mind is steady and sure, and through the bond he sends her a single thought. I already see you. I already know you. And you are enough. You have always been enough. So Gladys lets go. She shows the ancient power everything. Her loneliness, growing up with a father who saw her as a political asset rather than a daughter. Her quiet rage at being used, shaped, molded into someone else's image of what a daughter should be. Her secret dreams of running away, of finding somewhere she could simply exist without the weight of expectation crushing her. Her terror at the claiming ritual, yes, but also, and this is harder to admit, her secret hope that maybe, somehow, she would find something real in it. Someone who would see her as more than just a piece on a political game board. The ancient power receives all of this, absorbs it, weighs it, and then, without warning, it expands its scrutiny to the others in the chamber. Marcus Knight, standing near the entrance, suddenly gasps. His eyes go wide, his hands clench into fists, and Gladys realizes with shock that he can feel it too. The ancient power is searching him, stripping away his carefully maintained facade. And what it finds makes the moonlight darken, turning from silver to something closer to shadow. She sees her father's truth, transmitted through the ancient power like a vision. Marcus Knight has no love for his daughter. Never has. She was a tool from the moment of her birth, valuable only insofar as she could be used to secure alliances, strengthen his position, eliminate rivals. When the treaty with Blood Moon was proposed, he saw not a chance for peace, but an opportunity for leverage. And when Nathaniel Lauren suggested the bloodroot tincture, Marcus had agreed without hesitation. His own daughter, slowly poisoned, slowly killed, to give him the moral high ground in future negotiations. The moonlight shifts to Nathaniel Lauren, and he stumbles back as if physically struck. Unlike Marcus, who stands rigid and defiant, Nathaniel's face twists with fear. He knows what's coming. He knows what the ancient power will find in the darkest corners of his soul. And it finds everything. Nathaniel Lauren killed his wife, not out of passion or even political necessity, but out of petty jealousy. She had been stronger than him, more naturally dominant, and the pack had loved her in ways they never loved him. So he poisoned her slowly, using bloodroot mixed with other compounds, ensuring that her death looked like natural illness. And when his son began to show the same strength, the same natural charisma, Nathaniel saw history repeating. He couldn't kill Ralph outright. The old guard would revolt. But he could arrange a claiming that would break his son, bind him to a mate he didn't want, and then slowly kill that mate, destroying Ralph's spirit in the process. The ancient power recoils from Nathaniel's truth. The moonlight actually pulls back from him, leaving him standing in shadow while the rest of the chamber remains illuminated. But the judgment is not complete. The power turns to Elder Miriam, and she falls to her knees weeping. Her truth spills out. She had been blackmailed. Marcus Knight held evidence of a mistake she'd made decades ago, a young wolf who died under her care through negligence. Exposure would have destroyed her, stripped her of her position, made her last years a living hell of shame and ostracism. So she had agreed to poison the wine, to follow orders, telling herself that it was just bond prevention, not realizing until too late that the poison was intended to do far more than that. One by one, the ancient power touches each person in the chamber. The other elders are shown to be ignorant of the conspiracy but guilty of their own smaller sins. Cowardice, vanity, blind adherence to tradition without understanding its purpose. The guards are revealed as mercenaries, loyal not to pack law, but to whoever pays them the most. And through it all, the moonlight continues to pulse and shift, building towards something, some final revelation or judgment that Gladys can feel approaching like a storm on the horizon. On the altar, she and Ralph move together, their claiming reaching its crescendo. But this is not just physical anymore. In that space where moonlight is solid and intention is form, their wolves are completing their own bond, a merging that goes beyond anything the physical ritual could accomplish. She feels herself dissolving into him, and him into her, boundaries blurring until she's not sure where she ends and he begins. It should be terrifying, this loss of self. But instead, it feels like coming home, like finding a missing piece she didn't know she'd laid. When the climax hits, when they shatter together for the third and final time, it's accompanied by a flash of light so brilliant that everyone in the chamber cries out, throwing their hands up to shield their eyes. And in that light, Gladys sees something impossible. The carvings on the walls are moving, coming alive, Centuries of claimed pairs, all awakening, all turning their carved faces toward the center of the chamber. And above, through the circular opening, the moon seems to grow larger, closer, until it fills the entire sky. A voice speaks. And this time, it's not just in her mind, but echoing through the chamber itself, audible to all. Truth has been spoken. Judgment shall be rendered. The moonlight solidifies into something almost tangible, and it reaches down like a hand. It touches Ralph and Gladys, still joined on the altar, and where it touches, they glow. Not with heat, but with a cold, pure light that seems to burn away everything false, everything corrupted, leaving only the essential truth of their souls. You are bound. True mates, recognized by the old magic, your claim is valid, your bond is eternal. None may sever what the moon has joined. Then the light moves to Marcus Knight. When it touches him, he screams. The sound is inhuman, filled with a terror and pain that goes beyond the physical. The light burns him, and where it burns, his flesh blackens, cracks, peels away to reveal something rotten underneath. Not physical rot, but spiritual. the decay of a soul that has chosen power over honor, manipulation over truth, cruelty over love. The light moves to Nathaniel Lauren, and the same thing happens. He tries to run, but the light follows, inexorable. It strips away his carefully maintained facade, revealing the monster beneath. Every life he's destroyed, every betrayal he's committed, every moment of calculated cruelty, all of it exposed in stark, undeniable relief. You have violated sacred law. You have desecrated the claiming ritual. You have murdered your mates. You have conspired to murder again. The moon sees, the moon knows, the moon judges. Please, Marcus gasps, falling to his knees. Please, I only wanted... What you wanted is irrelevant. What you did is all that matters. The light intensifies, and both alphas writhe in agony. But it's not killing them, not physically. It's doing something worse. The light isn't killing them, it's transforming them. Gladys watches in horror and fascination as her father's body begins to change. But this is not the fluid, natural shift of a wolf taking their animal form. This is violent, wrong, a twisting of flesh and bone that defies the natural order. Marcus Knight's body contorts, his spine curving at impossible angles, his limbs elongating into something neither fully human nor fully wolf. You who have betrayed the bond shall never know it. You who have poisoned the sacred shall carry that poison within you. You who have killed your mate shall walk as the lifeless. Nathaniel Lauren's screams join Marcus's, a discordant harmony of agony that echoes off the ancient stones. His transformation mirrors Marcus's, a grotesque melding of forms that leaves him trapped between states, neither one thing nor another. Elder Corvus's voice, shaking with awe and terror, whispers the name of what they're becoming. Forsaken. They're being made forsaken. Gladys has heard the stories, the legends told to frighten young wolves into obedience. The forsaken are those who have so violated pack law that they've been rejected by both their human and wolf natures. They exist in eternal torment, trapped in a half-shifted state, unable to find peace in either form, driven mad by the constant war within their own flesh. She had always thought they were myths, but as she watches her father's face stretch and distort, his eyes going from human intelligence to animal panic to something blank and broken, she understands that the myths were warnings, cautionary tales based on terrible truth. The moonlight releases them, and both former alphas collapse to the stone floor, their bodies still twitching, still transforming, their mouths open in silent screams that will never end. The light turns to Elder Miriam, and the old woman closes her eyes, clearly expecting the same fate. But when the light touches her, it does something different. It doesn't burn or transform. Instead, it cleanses. Gladys watches as decades seem to fall away from Miriam's face, not physically, but spiritually. The burden of guilt, the weight of shame, the chains of blackmail, all of it lifted, stripped away by the ancient power. You were coerced, you were weak, but you spoke truth when it mattered. You shall be judged not by your failure, but by your choice to confess. Miriam collapses weeping, but her tears are of relief rather than pain. The light touches each of the other elders in turn, finding their smaller sins, weighing them, judging them. Most are left with nothing worse than a burning shame that will haunt their dreams. But two who had known about Marcus and Nathaniel's conspiracy and said nothing out of cowardice, are marked. Not transformed into forsaken, but branded with a mark that will never fade, a silvery scar on their foreheads that will proclaim their failure to all who see them. The guards are spared entirely. The ancient power finds nothing in them worth punishing. They are mercenaries, yes, but they followed orders they believe to be lawful. Ignorance is not innocence, but neither is it the same as willful betrayal. And then, finally, the light returns to Ralph and Gladys. They have separated now, sitting on the altar facing each other, their hands clasped between them. When the light touches them again, it's gentle, warm, almost loving. You have endured. You have chosen truth over safety. You have forged a bond not through duty but through will. You are recognized as true mates, bound by the old magic, protected by the moon itself. The light flows into them, and Gladys gasps as she feels something change at the fundamental level of her being. The bond that already existed between her and Ralph solidifies further, becoming not just emotional or spiritual, but woven into the very fabric of their souls. From this night forward, you are one pack, not silver crescent, not blood moon, moon blessed. The first new pack to be recognized in 500 years. You shall lead not through fear or manipulation, but through the strength of your bond. Wait, Ralph's voice is hoarse, strained. We're not alphas. We don't have the authority. You were born to lead. You have been tested by fire and found true. The moon grants what the moon knows you have earned. The light intensifies one final time, and Gladys feels something settle onto her shoulders like a mantle, weight and responsibility and power all at once. Through the bond, she feels the same thing happening to Ralph. Not just individual strength, but the authority to lead, the right to command, the recognition that comes with true alpha status. Go forth, claim your territory, gather your pack, and know that the moon watches, the moon remembers, the moon protects its own. The light releases them, pulling back, flowing up and away through the circular opening. The moon in the sky returns to its normal size, its normal distance, but Gladys knows with absolute certainty that it's aware of them in ways it wasn't before. They are marked, blessed, bound to something far older than pack politics. Silence falls over the chamber, broken only by the whimpering of the two Forsaken who were once powerful alphas and the quiet weeping of Elder Miriam. Elder Corvus is the first to move. The ancient elder approaches the altar, his movements slow and reverent. When he's close enough, he drops to one knee, a gesture of submission that sends shockwaves through the remaining conscious witnesses. Alpha, Corvus says, his voice carrying absolute conviction. Alphas, he corrects, looking at both Ralph and Gladys. The moon-blessed pack has been born. The old order has been judged and found wanting. What are your commands? Ralph and Gladys exchange a long look, a conversation flowing between them through the bond faster than words could ever convey. They're overwhelmed, terrified, unsure of what comes next. But they're also united, stronger together than either could ever be alone. Gladys speaks first, her voice steady despite the chaos of emotions inside her. The Forsaken are to be removed from this chamber and kept under guard. They are not to be killed. Their punishment is to live with what they've become. But they are not to be allowed to harm anyone else. Elder Miriam, Ralph continues, is pardoned for her actions under coercion. She will be placed in comfortable retirement with full honors, her confession having saved lives and exposed corruption. The marked elders, Gladys adds, will be removed from the council but allowed to live out their days in their territories. Let their scars be reminder enough of the cost of cowardice. And the packs? Elder Corvus asks. Silver Crescent and Blood Moon both have lost their alphas. There will be chaos, challenges, possible civil war. Ralph stands, pulling Gladys up with him. Together, they step down from the altar, and Gladys is struck by how different she feels. Hours ago, she walked into this chamber as a prisoner, a sacrifice. Now she walks out as an alpha, a leader, a wolf who has been touched by powers most dismiss as legend. We will go to both packs, Ralph declares. We will explain what happened here, and we will offer them a choice. Join the moon-blessed pack. Accept our leadership and help us build something new. Or strike out on their own, find new alphas, continue the old ways of competition and betrayal. Some will resist, Corvus warns. There are wolves in both territories who benefited from the old corruption, who will see your rise as a threat to their power. Let them resist, Gladys says, and she's surprised by the steel in her own voice. We're not asking permission. We're not seeking approval. The moon has judged, and we are its chosen. Any who challenge us challenge not just our authority, but the will of the ancient powers themselves. Through the bond, she feels Ralph's fierce pride in her, his joy at hearing her claim her power so completely. And she feels her own responding warmth, the recognition that she is no longer the frightened girl who entered this chamber. That girl died somewhere between the first and third claiming. What emerged is something new, something forged in moonlight and truth, and the refusal to be broken. There's one more thing, Ralph says, turning to address all the elders who remain standing. This ritual, this claiming under the witness of elders, it's been corrupted, used as a tool of manipulation. We're not abolishing it, but we're changing it. From this day forward, no claiming shall be forced, no mate bond shall be coerced. The ritual will be reserved for those who choose it, who come to the altar willingly, with joy rather than fear. Some will argue that political alliances require arranged matings, one of the unmarked elders ventures carefully. Then they can arrange them, Gladys responds, but they cannot force the claiming ritual itself. Let the packs make their treaties and alliances, but let the sacred space remain sacred. What happened here tonight, the violation, the conspiracy, the judgment, that can never be allowed to happen again. Elder Corvus nods slowly. It shall be law. The Council of Elders will codify it, and any who violate it will face the same judgment that was rendered here tonight. A commotion at the entrance draws their attention. More wolves have arrived, drawn by the screams and the light that poured from the chamber. Among them, Gladys recognizes several of her father's advisors, Ralph's younger brother Marcus, and what looks like half the guard forces from both territories. They stop in the doorway, taking in the scene, the two Forsaken writhing on the floor, the elders kneeling before two young wolves who glow with residual moonlight, the changed energy of the chamber itself. Marcus Lauren, Ralph's brother, pushes to the front, his eyes wild with confusion. What happened? The guard said there was some kind of attack, that the alphas were... His voice cuts off as he sees the Forsaken, recognizes something of his father in the twisted form. No, father, what is that? Ralph steps forward, and Gladys can feel through the bond the pain he's suppressing, the grief for what his father could have been versus what he chose to become. That, Ralph says quietly, is justice. Our father conspired to murder my mate. He murdered our mother. He betrayed every law, every sacred trust, every bond that should have held him to honor. The moon judged him, and the moon found him wanting. The moon? Marcus's voice is skeptical, almost scornful. Brother, you've always been too superstitious. This is clearly some kind of trick, some political move. The residual moonlight around Ralph flares, and Marcus stumbles back, his wolf instinctively recognizing alpha authority when it manifests. His eyes go wide with shock and something that might be fear. This is not a trick, Gladys says, her voice carrying the same resonance that Elder Corvus's had during the ritual. This is the truth, laid bare for all to see. Your father and mine conspired to violate sacred law. They were judged, they were found guilty, and they have been punished in a way that ensures they can never threaten anyone again. And you? Marcus's gaze swings between Ralph and Gladys, taking in their joined hands, the way they move in perfect synchronization, the marks of power that cling to them like invisible crowns. What are you now? Alphas, Ralph says simply, true mates, leaders of the moon-blessed pack. And we're offering you, all of you, a choice. He raises his voice so it carries to the growing crowd at the entrance. More wolves are arriving every moment, drawn by rumors and fear and curiosity. The old order is dead, Ralph declares. The alphas who led through manipulation and murder are gone. In their place, we offer something different. A pack bound not by fear but by choice. Not by competition, but by cooperation. We offer you a chance to be part of something new, something that honors the old laws while building a better future. And if we refuse, one of Marcus Knight's advisors calls out, his voice hostile. If we don't recognize your authority, you're just two young wolves. What makes you think you can hold two territories? Gladys feels the answer rising from somewhere deep inside her, from the place where the moon's blessing still burns. We're not asking you to recognize us because of our age or our lineage. We're asking you to recognize what happened here tonight. The moon itself intervened. The ancient powers that have been dormant for generations awakened to pass judgment. If you deny us, you don't just deny two young wolves. You deny the will of forces that existed long before the packs, that will exist long after we're all dust. She gestures to the Forsaken. Look at them, really look. That's what happens to those who violate sacred law. That's the price of choosing power over truth, manipulation over honor. We're offering you a chance to be part of something better. But if you choose the old ways, if you choose to continue the cycles of betrayal and corruption, then you'll face the same judgment eventually. The crowd murmurs, wolves exchanging uncertain glances. Some look convinced. They're wolves recognizing the authority that radiates from Ralph and Gladys. Others look skeptical, calculating, clearly weighing their options. It's Marcus Lauren who breaks the stalemate. Ralph's younger brother steps forward, his jaw clenched, his fists at his sides. For a long moment, he stares at the Forsaken that was his father, and Gladys can see the war playing out on his face. Grief and anger and relief all tangled together. Then slowly he drops to one knee. I accept the moon-blessed pack, Marcus says, his voice rough with emotion. I accept Alpha Ralph and Alpha Gladys as my leaders, not because I'm forced to, but because... He looks up, meeting Ralph's eyes. Because I'm tired, brother. Tired of the games, the manipulation, the constant fear that showing any weakness will be used against me. If you're offering something different, something better, then I want to be part of it. The declaration ripples through the crowd. Other wolves begin to kneel, some immediately, others after long moments of internal struggle. Not everyone, but enough. Enough to form the core of something new. Elder Corvus rises from his own kneeling position and addresses the assembled wolves. Let it be known across all territories, the moon-blessed pack has been born. Alphas Ralph Lauren and Gladys Knight have been recognized by the ancient powers themselves. All who wish to join them are welcome. All who wish to challenge them. He glances at the Forsaken, and his meaning is clear. What about those who wish neither? Asks one of the Silver Crescent wolves, an older female with scars marking her face. I mean no disrespect, alphas, but some of us are too old to start over, too set in our ways. What becomes of us? Gladys feels Ralph's response through the bond before he speaks it aloud, and she nods her agreement. You may remain in your territories, Ralph says. We won't force anyone to join us, but understand this. The protections those territories enjoyed under Blood Moon leadership, the alliances that kept you safe, those come with us now. If you choose to stay separate, you'll be truly on your own. No Blood Moon guards, no Silver Crescent alliances. Just you and whatever wolves choose to stand with you against the rogues, the challenges, the threats that exist beyond our borders. It's not a threat, exactly, but the reality of it settles over the crowd like a weight. Without pack protection, lone wolves and small groups won't survive long. The territories are too dangerous, the threats too numerous. I'll join, the scarred female says after a moment. Better a new pack with strong leadership than trying to rebuild the old ways with nothing but memories and stubborn pride. More wolves voice their agreement. The tide is turning, and Gladys can see it happening in real time. The old order crumbling, the new one rising to take its place. But not everyone is convinced. She sees clusters of wolves hanging back, whispering among themselves, their expressions ranging from skeptical to openly hostile. They're the ones who benefited from the old corruption, who held power not through strength or honor, but through manipulation and political maneuvering. They're the ones who will resist, who will plot, who will wait for any sign of weakness. Let them. Ralph's thought comes through the bond, calm and certain. We can't win everyone immediately, but we'll prove ourselves. And those who can't accept it will eventually leave or be driven out by their own choices. You sound very confident for someone who was just made an alpha against his will. Gladys responds through the same connection, and she feels his burst of laughter-tinged surprise. I'm terrified, he admits, but I'm not alone, and that makes all the difference. She squeezes his hand, and they turn together to face the growing crowd of wolves who have chosen to kneel, to pledge themselves to this new pack that was born in moonlight and judgment. Rise, Gladys commands, her voice carrying alpha authority that still feels strange on her tongue. All of you rise. The moon-blessed pack doesn't ask its members to kneel. We ask you to stand. Stand with us. Stand with each other. Build something worth protecting. The wolves rise, and in their faces, Gladys sees the beginnings of something she never thought she'd witness. Hope. Real, genuine hope for a future that doesn't involve constant political maneuvering and betrayal. Elder Corvus approaches them one final time, his expression grave. Alphas, there is one matter we must address before this night ends. The Forsaken. They cannot remain in the chamber of the first moon. It's a sacred space, and their presence defiles it. but they also cannot be allowed to roam free. Ralph's jaw clenches. Despite everything, despite the murder and the betrayal, these are still his father and Gladys's father. The bonds of blood don't break easily, even when every other bond has been severed. There's a place, one of the older Blood Moon wolves speaks up hesitantly. The Hollow. It's an old keep at the edge of our territory, built into the cliffside. Been abandoned for decades, but it's still secure. We could keep them there, under guard, ensure they're fed and cared for, but unable to harm anyone. The Hollow, Ralph repeats, and through the bond, Gladys feels his memories of the place. A fortress carved into living rock, used centuries ago to house wolves who had been driven mad by battle trauma. Dark, isolated, but defensible. It feels like a prison, Gladys thinks to him. They're prisoners of their own choices, Ralph responds. But you're right. We should see the place first. Make sure it's humane. They're monsters, but they're our monsters. We owe them at least that much. Aloud, Ralph says, take them to the Hollow. Assign guards on rotating shifts. No one should have to watch them for more than a few hours at a time. Ensure they're given food, water, basic care, but they are not to be released. Ever. What they've become is both punishment and protection, for them and for everyone else. It shall be done, Alpha. The older wolf bows and gestures to several guards, who approach the Forsaken with evident reluctance. As they lift the twisted bodies, carefully, because even in their corrupted state, Forsaken are dangerous, Marcus Knight's eyes suddenly focus. For just a moment, some spark of the man he was flickers in those animal eyes, and he looks directly at Gladys. His mouth works, trying to form words, but all that emerges is a broken sound, half human, half animal, wholly agonized. But Gladys understands it anyway, reads it in the desperation of his gaze. I'm sorry. She should hate him. Should feel nothing but contempt for the man who poisoned her, who saw her as nothing more than a political tool, who would have let her die slowly and painfully to serve his own ambitions. But all she feels is a vast, empty sorrow for what he could have been, what he chose not to be. I know, she whispers, so quietly that only he can hear. I forgive you. It's a lie and a truth all at once. She doesn't forgive what he did, will never forgive that. But she forgives him for being weak, for being broken, for letting fear and ambition twist him into something monstrous. She forgives the father he could have been, even if she can never forgive the father he was. The spark in his eyes gutters and dies, and he's just a Forsaken again, mindless and broken. The guards carry him away, and Gladys feels something release in her chest. Not grief exactly, but the letting go of something she'd been carrying her entire life without realizing it. The crowd begins to disperse, wolves filing out of the chamber in small groups, their voices low as they process everything they've witnessed. Some are already making plans, where to establish the pack's headquarters, how to merge the territories, which traditions to keep and which to discard. The practical matters of building something new from the ruins of the old. Elder Corvus lingers, along with a few of the other elders. There will be a formal ceremony, he says. In 3 days, once word has spread and wolves from both territories can gather, you'll be recognized officially as alphas of the Moon-Blessed Pack, and any who wish to pledge themselves will have the opportunity. And those who don't, Gladys asks, will be given safe passage to the borders and a week's head start before they're considered rogues, Corvus replies. We're building something new, but we're not tyrants. Anyone who can't or won't accept the new order should have the chance to leave peacefully. Ralph nods his agreement. Thank you, Elder Corvus. Your support means more than you know. The old elder's expression softens. I have lived for 4 centuries, Alpha Ralph. I have seen packs rise and fall, alliances formed and broken, countless rituals performed in this very chamber. But I have never seen the moon itself intervene. What happened here tonight is the kind of event that shapes history. In 100 years, wolves will still be telling stories about the claiming that birthed the moon-blessed pack. I'm honored to have witnessed it, to have played even a small part in it. He bows, a gesture of genuine respect rather than mere formality, and departs with the remaining elders. Finally, blessedly, Ralph and Gladys are alone in the chamber of the first moon. The silence is profound after the chaos of judgment and revelation. The moonlight still falls through the circular opening, but it's gentle now, passive, no longer laden with ancient power and terrible purpose. The altar sits empty, the white furs still bearing the imprint of their bodies. Gladys walks to it slowly, running her hand over the soft fur. We were supposed to complete 3 claimings, she murmurs. We only did 3, but it feels like we've been claimed 1,000 times over. Ralph comes to stand beside her, his arm sliding around her waist, pulling her against his side. I thought I knew what this night would be. I thought I understood what was being asked of us, but I didn't understand anything. Did anyone? Gladys leans her head against his shoulder, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline that has been carrying her through the night is finally fading, leaving her shaking and bone-tired. Your father, my father, they thought they were so clever, so in control, but they didn't account for the one thing that actually matters. What's that? She turns to face him fully, her hands coming up to frame his face. Choice. We chose each other. Not because we were forced to, not because of duty or politics or fear, but because in the midst of all that horror, we recognized something true, and that truth was stronger than all their schemes. Ralph leans down, pressing his forehead to hers. I'm still terrified, he admits. I have no idea how to lead a pack, how to merge 2 territories, how to honor the moon's blessing without letting it consume us. Neither do I, Gladys confesses, but we'll figure it out. Together. Together, Ralph echoes, and the word feels like a vow, like a promise that carries the weight of the bond between them. They stand there for a long moment, simply breathing, simply being. 2 wolves who walked into this chamber as prisoners and walked out as alphas. 2 souls who were forced together and chose to stay. 2 mates who were bound by ritual but claimed by something far deeper. Outside the chamber, the first light of dawn begins to paint the sky. The night of the 3 claiming is ending, but the life of the moon-blessed pack and the life of its alphas is just beginning. Part 3, The Reckoning. Chapter 7, The First Dawn. The morning after the claiming brings no rest for Ralph and Gladys. They emerge from the chamber of the first moon as dawn breaks over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The beauty of it feels jarring after the darkness of the night, as if the world shouldn't be allowed to be so lovely when everything has changed so fundamentally. A delegation is waiting for them outside the chamber. Marcus Lauren, several of the Blood Moon wolves who pledged themselves last night, and a handful of Silver Crescent wolves who look uncertain but determined. All of them straighten as Ralph and Gladys appear. They're wolves recognizing alpha authority even if their human minds are still struggling to process the shift in power. Alphas, Marcus greets them, the title still sounding strange in his mouth. We've prepared quarters for you in the main house. Both territories have been notified of what happened. There are already requests from pack members who want to meet with you to discuss the transition. How many requests? Gladys asks, her practical mind already assessing the work ahead of them. 73, one of the Silver Crescent Wolves, a young woman named Kara, reports. And that's just in the last few hours. By noon, it'll probably be double that. Ralph and Gladys exchange a look through their bond, a conversation flowing between them faster than words. They're exhausted, still processing their own trauma, and they need time alone to figure out what being moon-blessed alphas actually means. But they're also leaders now, and leaders don't get the luxury of retreat when their pack needs them. We can manage, Gladys thinks to Ralph, feeling his concern through their connection. Together. Always together, he responds, and she feels his weary smile echo in her mind. We'll take an hour, Ralph announces. 1 hour to clean up, change clothes, and prepare. Then we'll begin meeting with anyone who wants to speak with us. Set up a schedule, priority to those with urgent concerns. But we'll see everyone who asks, even if it takes days. Marcus nods, clearly relieved by the decisiveness. There's one more thing, Alphas. The messengers we sent to the outlying territories. They're reporting resistance. Some of the border guards refuse to acknowledge the change in leadership. They're calling last night's events a coup, claiming you've somehow manipulated the elders. Of course they are, Gladys mutters. Let me guess, they're the ones who were closest to our fathers, who benefited most from the old corruption. Mostly, Kara confirms. Though some are just genuinely confused. It's not every day that 2 alphas become forsaken and a new pack is born. Some wolves need time to understand what it means. Time they'll have, Ralph says, but not in indefinite time. Send word to all border guards. They have 24 hours to either pledge themselves to the Moon-Blessed Pack or leave the territories. Anyone still in position after that deadline who hasn't made their choice will be removed by force if necessary. That's generous, Marcus observes. That's strategic, Gladys corrects gently. We need to establish that we're not tyrants, that we respect the right of wolves to make their own choices, but we also need to establish that there are consequences for those choices. Anyone who stays in our territories without pledging loyalty is effectively a rogue, and we'll treat them as such. The gathered wolves nod, several of them looking impressed by the reasoning. It's a delicate balance, being firm without being cruel, establishing authority without resorting to the same intimidation tactics the old alphas used. As the delegation disperses to carry out their orders, Ralph and Gladys finally make their way to the main house. It's a massive structure built into the mountainside, half stone fortress and half lodge, with enormous windows that look out over the valley where Blood Moon territory spreads like a carpet of forest and meadow. The quarters prepared for them are in the Alpha's wing, traditionally reserved for the pack leader and his mate. Gladys feels a strange mix of emotions as they enter the suite. These rooms belonged to Nathaniel Lorin just yesterday. Now they belong to his son and the mate that son was never supposed to truly bond with. The rooms are opulent but cold, decorated with expensive materials that showcase wealth rather than warmth. Heavy dark wood furniture, thick rugs that muffle footsteps, walls lined with hunting trophies and weapons. It feels like a museum more than a home. We're redecorating, Gladys announces, looking around with distaste. All of this, she gestures at the mounted heads of prey animals, goes. I don't care where, but not here. Not in our space. Ralph follows her gaze and grimaces. Agreed. My father always was more interested in symbols of power than actual comfort. Half these trophies aren't even his kills. He bought them from other wolves to make himself look more impressive. There's a bitterness in his voice that makes Gladys turn to him, really look at him. In the morning light streaming through the windows, she can see the exhaustion etched into his face, the way his shoulders carry tension like a physical weight. "Shower," she says firmly, taking his hand. "Both of us. Then food. Then we can be alphas. But right now, we're just two wolves who have survived something traumatic, and we need to take care of ourselves before we can take care of anyone else." Ralph looks like he wants to argue, but the bond betrays his true feelings: relief, gratitude, and a desperate need for exactly what she's suggesting. "Together," he asks, and there's vulnerability in the question that has nothing to do with attraction and everything to do with not wanting to be alone. "Together," she confirms. The bathroom is as ostentatious as the rest of the suite, all polished marble and gold fixtures. But the shower is large enough for multiple wolves, and the hot water is a blessing against tired muscles and traumatized nerves. They strip off the ceremonial robes, and for the first time, Gladys sees the toll the night has taken on Ralph's body. Bruises mark his ribs, not from their claiming, but from the sheer physical stress of channeling so much ancient power. His hands shake slightly as he adjusts the water temperature. "Let me," Gladys murmurs, taking over. She guides him under the spray, then follows, and for several long moments, they simply stand there, letting the hot water wash away the physical residue of the night. But the emotional residue is harder to cleanse. "I keep seeing him," Ralph admits quietly, his eyes closed against the water. "My father, the way he looked when the moon judged him. The sound of his screaming." "I know," Gladys replies, because she does. Through the bond, she can feel the echo of Ralph's trauma, the complex tangle of grief and guilt and relief. "I see my father too, and I keep thinking, they made us, they raised us. How much of who we are is because of them? How much of their corruption is lurking inside us, waiting to surface?" Ralph's eyes open and he pulls her close, his hands framing her face. "That's the fear talking. Gladys, I've been inside your mind. I've seen your soul. There's nothing corrupt in you, nothing but strength and honor and a fierce determination to do right even when it costs you. And in you," she counters, her hands resting on his chest, feeling his heartbeat strong and steady beneath her palms. "I see the same thing. Yes, our fathers shaped us. Yes, they tried to mold us into tools they could use, but we broke those molds. We chose something different." "Last night," Ralph says slowly, "when the moon judged us, when it recognized our bond, I felt something, like the ancient power was looking into us, seeing everything we are and everything we could become, and it approved. Not because we're perfect, but because we're trying. Because we're willing to do the hard work of being better than what we were taught to be." Gladys nods, understanding flooding through her. "That's what it means to be moon-blessed, isn't it? Not that we're somehow superior or chosen because of some inherent worthiness, but that we've been given the chance and the responsibility to actually live up to the ideals that the old laws were meant to protect." "A chance and a test," Ralph agrees. "Every decision we make, every choice, every moment of leadership, it's all a test. Are we going to repeat the mistakes of our fathers, or are we going to forge a different path?" "Different path," Gladys says firmly, "even when it's hard. Even when it would be easier to fall back on old patterns. We choose the harder right over the easier wrong." They wash each other with careful hands, the intimacy of it different from the forced physicality of the claiming ritual. This is chosen, gentle, healing. Ralph's fingers are careful as he works shampoo through Gladys's long hair, mindful of tangles. Gladys's touch is soothing as she massages knots out of Ralph's shoulders. By the time they emerge from the shower, clean and wrapped in soft robes, some of the tension has eased from both of them. They're still exhausted, still processing trauma, but they're also grounded in each other in ways that make the burden bearable. Food has been left for them on a table by the window. Fresh bread, cheese, fruit, and meat, along with a pot of strong tea. They eat in companionable silence, looking out over the valley as it wakes to the new day. We should visit both territories, Gladys says, breaking the comfortable silence. Soon. Not just to establish our authority, but to understand what we've actually inherited. My father kept me isolated from most of Silver Crescent's operations. I know the politics, the alliances, but not the people. Not really. Ralph nods, swallowing a bite of bread. Same with me and Blood Moon. My father made sure I knew enough to appear competent, but he kept me away from anything that would give me real power or loyalty among the pack. The wolves I'm closest to are either exiles like me or so low-ranking they were beneath his notice. Then we start fresh, Gladys decides. We meet everyone, learn their names, their concerns, their hopes. Show them that we're not like our fathers, that we actually care about more than just maintaining power. That will take time. Weeks, maybe months. Then it takes time. Gladys reaches across the table, lacing her fingers with Ralph's. We can't lead wolves we don't know. And they can't trust leaders who don't see them as anything more than resources to be managed. Through the bond, she feels Ralph's agreement, along with a surge of admiration that makes her cheeks warm. You're going to be an amazing alpha, he thinks to her. We're going to be amazing alphas, she corrects. Together. A knock at the door interrupts their moment. Alphas? Marcus's voice comes through the heavy wood. I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's an urgent matter. The Northern Border Guard. They've captured a group of rogues trying to cross into Blood Moon territory. They're requesting instructions. Ralph and Gladys exchange a glance, their brief respite coming to an end. We'll be right there, Ralph calls. They dress quickly in clothes that have been laid out for them, practical leathers for Ralph, a tunic and pants combination for Gladys that allows for easy movement. Not the ceremonial garb of last night, but clothing that signals they're ready to work, to lead, to do what needs to be done. When they emerge from the Alpha's quarters, Marcus is waiting with a small group of wolves. Among them is a grizzled, older male with scars crisscrossing his face and arms, clearly a warrior who has seen decades of battle. Alphas, the scarred wolf greets them, dipping his head in respect. I'm Garrett, captain of the Northern Guard. We have 12 rogues in custody. They claim they're seeking sanctuary, that they've been driven from their home territories by a larger pack of rogues that's been expanding aggressively. Do you believe them? Gladys asks. Garrett's expression is thoughtful. Their stories are consistent, and they're in rough shape. Look like they haven't eaten properly in days. But rogues lie, Alphas. It's how they survive. Could be their scouts for a larger force, testing our defenses now that word of the Alpha change has spread. Ralph moves to a large map mounted on the wall of the corridor, studying the territories marked on it. Where are these rogues from originally? They claim the eastern territories beyond the mountain pass, the area that used to be controlled by the Shadowpaw pack. Gladys feels a chill run through her. Shadowpaw was decimated 5 years ago. A rogue army swept through and killed nearly everyone. My father used it as an example of why we needed Blood Moon's protection. Proof that isolated packs couldn't survive modern threats. Convenient timing for that lesson, Ralph mutters, and Gladys can see the calculation in his eyes. What if the rogue army that destroyed Shadowpaw was encouraged by our fathers? What if they've been using the threat of rogues to keep their own packs fearful and dependent? That's a serious accusation, Garrett says carefully. Last night brought a lot of serious revelations, Gladys responds. And if there's even a chance that our fathers have been manipulating rogue movements to serve their political purposes, we need to know. She turns to Marcus. Are the captured rogues able to speak? Can we question them? They're conscious and restrained. Captain Garrett has them in the northern holding cells. Then we go there, Ralph decides. Now, if these rogues are legitimate refugees, we need to help them. If they're scouts or part of a larger threat, we need to know what we're facing. The northern border station is a 20-minute ride through dense forest, the trees thick enough to block out most of the morning sun. Gladys rides beside Ralph, acutely aware of the wolves who accompany them. Not just guards, but several pack members who have already pledged to Moon Blessed. They move as a unit, their wolves synchronized in ways that suggest they're already beginning to function as a true pack, rather than just an assemblage of individuals. The holding facility is a stone structure built into the side of a hill, designed to be secure but not overtly cruel. The rogues are being kept in separate cells, each one large enough to shift and move around but barred with silver-reinforced iron. Garrett leads them to the first cell, where a young male wolf sits with his back against the wall, his clothes torn and filthy. When he sees Ralph and Gladys approach, his eyes widen with a mixture of hope and fear. "You're the new alphas," he says, his voice hoarse. "The ones the moon blessed. We heard about it from a merchant caravan we passed 2 days ago. They said the old order had fallen, that something new was rising." "Word travels fast," Ralph observes. "Word always travels fast when it gives people hope," the young rogue responds. "My name is Kieran. I was born in Shadowpaw territory, but I was barely 16 when my pack was destroyed. I've been running ever since, trying to survive, trying to find somewhere safe. When I heard about Moon Blessed, about alphas who were chosen by the ancient powers themselves," he trails off, looking away. "I thought maybe it was a sign, that maybe there was finally a place where wolves like me could belong again." Gladys studies him, opening her senses the way Ralph showed her through the bond. She can smell fear on him, yes, but also genuine desperation and bone-deep exhaustion. This is not a wolf who's lying. This is a wolf who's reached the end of his endurance. "Tell me about the rogue pack that's expanding," she says gently. "The one you said drove you from your home." Kieran's expression darkens. "They call themselves the Unbound. Their leader is a wolf named Declan Thorne. Used to be a beta in one of the Western packs before he was exiled for killing a rival. He's been gathering rogues for years, building an army. They move through territories like locusts, taking everything, killing anyone who resists." "And they drove you here," Ralph says. "Not directly. We've been running from them for months, trying to stay ahead of their expansion. But we're weak, scattered. Most of us are survivors from packs that the Unbound destroyed. We have no unified leadership, no real defenses. When we heard about Moon Blessed, about a pack that's actually accepting wolves regardless of their history." Kieran looks directly at Gladys. "We thought maybe you'd let us prove ourselves. Let us earn a place." Through the bond, Gladys feels Ralph's thoughts racing. The Unbound could be the real threat our fathers were supposedly protecting against. Or they could be something our fathers created or encouraged. Either way, they're a problem we need to deal with. "Agreed," Gladys responds. "But first, we need more information." She addresses Kieran again. "If we accept you, if we give you sanctuary and a place in Moon Blessed, what can you tell us about the Unbound? Their numbers, their tactics, their leadership structure. Kieran's expression becomes eager, desperate to prove his worth. I can tell you everything. I was with them briefly before I realized what they really were. Declan Thorne isn't just building a rogue pack. He's building an empire. He has lieutenants, territories he controls, wolves who answer to him with the same loyalty you'd see in a traditional pack. But he's smart. He doesn't challenge established packs head-on. He waits for moments of weakness, transitions of power, internal conflicts. Then he strikes. Moments of weakness like a change in alpha leadership, Ralph says slowly, understanding dawning. Exactly, Kieran confirms. When word spreads that Blood Moon and Silver Crescent have new alphas, young alphas, untested in battle, the Unbound will see it as an opportunity. They'll come and they'll come hard, expecting to sweep through before you've had time to consolidate power. The implications hang in the air like a sword above their heads. They don't just have to worry about internal resistance to their leadership. They have to prepare for an external threat that could arrive at any moment while they're still figuring out how to actually lead. Gladys moves to the next cell, where an older female wolf watches with wary eyes. Is he telling the truth? Gladys asks her directly. The female considers for a long moment, then nods. Every word. The Unbound are coming. It's not a question of if, but when. And if you're smart, you'll accept every able-bodied wolf who comes seeking sanctuary. You're going to need numbers. Ralph and Gladys move through the remaining cells, questioning each rogue, cross-referencing their stories. The accounts are consistent. The Unbound are real, they're growing, and they're a threat that was kept carefully hidden from most pack wolves. Why would the old alphas hide information about such a significant danger? As they step outside the holding facility, Gladys voices the question that's been forming in her mind. What if our fathers weren't just manipulating us? What if they were working with the Unbound? Using the threat of rogue attacks to consolidate their power, but actually ensuring those attacks were controlled, directed at specific targets. That would make them not just corrupt, Ralph says slowly, but traitors to all wolf kind. It would mean every wolf who died in a random rogue attack might have been deliberately sacrificed. And it would mean, Gladys continues, following the logic to its terrible conclusion, that when we were judged by the moon and our fathers were transformed into Forsaken, we didn't just remove corrupt leaders. We removed the Unbound's allies within the established packs, which means the Unbound are going to retaliate, Ralph finishes. Not just to take advantage of a perceived weakness, but because we've actually damaged their network. They stand in the morning sunlight, the weight of their new understanding settling over them like a mantle. They're not just leading a new pack. They're leading a pack that's about to come under siege from enemies they didn't even know existed 24 hours ago. Captain Garrett has been standing nearby listening. Now he steps forward. Alphas, if what these rogues are saying is true, we need to mobilize immediately. Call in all border guards, fortify defenses, prepare for an assault. No, Gladys says, surprising herself with her certainty. We can't just fortify and wait. That's what our fathers would have done. Retreat behind walls and hope their defenses hold. But defense alone won't win this fight. What are you suggesting? Ralph asks. Though through the bond she can feel he's already tracking her thoughts, already seeing the plan forming in her mind. We go on the offensive, Gladys says, but not with violence, not yet. We use what makes us different from our fathers. We use truth. We send word to every nearby territory, every pack, every lone wolf who will listen. We tell them what we discovered about the Unbound, about the corruption that's been rotting the pack structure from within. We offer alliance, cooperation, unity. We build a coalition strong enough that when the unbound come, they'll break against us like waves against stone. That's a massive undertaking, Marcus says, his expression both awed and concerned. You're talking about fundamentally changing how packs interact with each other. No more isolated territories. No more competition for resources. You're proposing something close to a unified wolf nation. I'm proposing survival, Gladys corrects. The old way, isolated packs, constant competition, corruption hidden behind tradition, it's dying. The unbound are proof of that. They're what happens when wolves reject the pack structure entirely, but still crave the power it provides. We can either cling to the old ways and get swept away, or we can build something new strong enough to weather the storm. Ralph takes her hand, squeezing it gently. Through the bond, she feels his absolute support, his belief in her vision. My mate is right, he says, addressing the gathered wolves. We have a choice, react or lead. I say we lead. We send messengers to every territory within a week's travel. We invite their alphas to meet with us, to discuss a new alliance. And we start with the rogues we just questioned. You want to accept them into Moon-Blessed? Garrett sounds skeptical but not opposed. I want to give them the chance to prove themselves, Ralph clarifies. Conditional acceptance. They pledge loyalty, they train with our warriors, they share everything they know about the Unbound. If they prove trustworthy, they become full pack members. If they betray us, he lets the threat hang unfinished. And if the Unbound attack before we've had time to build this coalition, one of the other guards asks. Then we fight with what we have, Gladys says simply. But we fight together, unified, with clear purpose, not out of fear or political maneuvering, but because we're actually protecting something worth protecting, a new way of being wolf. There's a long silence as the gathered wolves process this. Then slowly they begin to nod. Not all of them look convinced, but they all look willing to try. And that, Gladys thinks, is more than enough to start with. Captain Garrett, Ralph says formally, accept the rogues into conditional custody. Get them fed, clothed, assigned to training rotations with your best warriors. I want them integrated but watched. Any sign of betrayal, and they answer to me directly. Yes, Alpha. Garrett bows and moves to carry out the orders. As they prepare to ride back to the main house, Marcus approaches Ralph and Gladys with an unusual expression on his face, something between admiration and unease. What is it? Ralph asks his brother. I've been thinking about what that rogue, Kieran, said, about the Unbound waiting for moments of weakness, transitions of power. If they know about last night, about the claiming and the judgment, then they know we're vulnerable. They might already be moving. Let them move, Gladys says, surprising herself with the steel in her voice. Let them come expecting to find weakness and confusion. Instead, they'll find two alphas chosen by the moon itself, a pack unified by truth rather than fear, and a coalition that's been waiting for someone to finally call them together. The Unbound aren't the only ones who can use timing to their advantage. Marcus stares at her for a moment, then breaks into a genuine smile. You know, I wasn't sure about this moon-blessed thing. Thought maybe it was just desperation and circumstance. But seeing you two now, hearing you speak, he shakes his head in wonder. Maybe the moon really did know what it was doing. The moon always knows what it's doing. Elder Corvus's voice comes from behind them. The ancient elder approaches, accompanied by two younger elders. The question is whether we're wise enough to listen. Elder Corvus, Ralph greets him with respect. What brings you to the northern border? The same thing that brings you alphas. Concern for what comes next. Corvus gestures to the holding facility. Word of the Unbound has reached the Elder Council. We had suspicions about their existence, but your fathers were very good at controlling information. Now that they're gone, the truth is coming out in ways we never expected. What else haven't we been told? Gladys asks. Frustration creeping into her voice. What other threats or alliances or conspiracies are hiding behind layers of lies? Many, Corvus admits without apology. The old system was built on secrecy, on carefully controlled information flows that kept alphas powerful and everyone else dependent. Unraveling it will take time, and some of what we discover will be deeply unpleasant. Then we start now, Ralph says. No more secrets. The Elder Council opens its records to us, all of them. Every treaty, every alliance, every reported incident that was covered up or explained away. We need to see the full picture if we're going to have any hope of fixing the broken parts. One of the younger elders looks uncomfortable. Some of those records are sensitive, Alpha. They contain information that could damage relationships between packs. Reveal indiscretions. Then those relationships deserve to be damaged, Gladys interrupts. And those indiscretions deserve to be revealed. We're not building Moonblessed on a foundation of convenient lies. We're building it on truth, even when that truth is uncomfortable. Elder Corvus studies her for a long moment, then nods slowly. So be it. The records will be open to you, all of them. But be prepared, young alphas. What you find may challenge everything you thought you knew about our kind. At this point, Ralph says wryly, I'd be more surprised if it didn't. As they ride back toward the main house, the morning sun climbing higher in the sky, Gladys finds herself thinking about the enormity of what they've taken on. 24 hours ago, she was a powerless daughter being offered as a political sacrifice. Now she's an alpha, blessed by ancient powers, leading a new pack while preparing for war against enemies she's only just learned exist. It should be overwhelming. It should be crushing. But through the bond, she feels Ralph's steady presence, his unwavering support. And she realizes that this partnership, this unity, is what makes the impossible possible. Alone, neither of them could bear this weight. Together, they're strong enough to carry not just themselves, but an entire pack into an uncertain future. We can do this, she thinks to Ralph. We already are, he responds, and in his mental voice, she hears not just agreement, but pride. Pride in her, in them, in what they're building together. The main house comes into view, and Gladys can see wolves gathered outside, more than before. The crowd having grown significantly even in the few hours they've been gone. They're waiting for their alphas, for guidance, for reassurance that this new pack they've pledged themselves to is real and strong and capable of protecting them. As Ralph and Gladys dismount and walk toward the gathered wolves, the crowd parts for them. But instead of kneeling or bowing, the wolves stand tall, meeting their alpha's eyes directly. It's a sign of respect without submission, of acknowledgement without subservience. This is what makes Moonblessed different, Gladys thinks. Not just who leads, but how they lead. Not just power, but purpose. Wolves of Moonblessed, Ralph's voice carries across the crowd, strong and clear. We have news, both challenging and hopeful. We face threats, yes, but we also face opportunities to build something unprecedented in our history. Over the coming days, we're going to ask a lot of you. We're going to change traditions, forge new alliances, and challenge assumptions that have been held for centuries. Some of you will struggle with these changes. Some of you may decide this isn't the pack for you, and that's okay. What we build here must be built by willing hearts, not forced compliance. Gladys steps forward, adding her voice to Ralph's. But for those who stay, for those who choose to be part of Moonblessed, you're not just joining a pack. You're helping create a new future for all wolfkind. A future where strength comes from unity rather than domination. Where truth is valued more than political convenience. Where every wolf, regardless of their history or their rank, has a voice and a place. The crowd is silent, absorbing their words. Then from somewhere in the back, a voice calls out, "What if we fail? What if the unbound are too strong? Or the other packs won't join your coalition? Or the moon's blessing isn't enough to protect us?" It's a fair question, brutally honest, and Gladys respects the wolf who asked it for having the courage to voice what many are surely thinking. "Then we fail," Gladys responds simply. "And in failing, we'll have proven that the old ways were right, that isolated packs clinging to power through fear and manipulation is the only way to survive. But I don't believe that. I don't think the moon would have chosen us if failure was inevitable. I think we're standing at a turning point, and yes, the path forward is uncertain. Yes, we might fail. But the alternative, continuing on the path our fathers set, that's guaranteed failure. A slow death of corruption and decay until there's nothing left of pack structure but hollow rituals performed by wolves who've forgotten why they matter." "So we choose the uncertain path," Ralph adds. "We choose to try, to fight, to build something worth passing on to the next generation. And if we fail, at least we'll fail trying to do something meaningful. At least we'll fail with honor intact." The murmurs that ripple through the crowd are thoughtful, considering. Not everyone looks convinced, but more importantly, no one looks like they're about to leave. A young wolf steps forward from the crowd, barely past her first shift by the look of her. "Alphas, I have a question. A different kind." "Ask," Gladys encourages. "The claiming ritual, last night. Everyone's heard about it, about the judgment, about your fathers becoming forsaken, but was it real? The moon intervening, the ancient powers manifesting, was all of that actually real? Or is it just—" She trails off, clearly struggling to express her skepticism without being disrespectful. Ralph and Gladys exchange a glance. It's a question they should have anticipated. In the cold light of day, removed from the overwhelming presence of the ancient power, it's natural for wolves to wonder if what they heard was exaggerated or misunderstood. "Come here," Gladys says to the young wolf, gesturing her forward. The girl approaches hesitantly, and when she's close enough, Gladys takes her hand. "What's your name?" "Lima," the girl whispers. "Lima. Close your eyes." Gladys waits until the girl complies, then nods to Ralph. Together, they open their bond slightly, allowing just a fraction of the moon's blessing to flow through them and into the girl they're touching. Lima gasps, her eyes flying open. "I can feel it," she breathes. "It's like sunlight and thunder and ancient songs all mixed together. It's—" She looks between Ralph and Gladys with awe. "It's real. It's actually real." "It's real," Gladys confirms gently, releasing the girl's hand. "The moon chose us. Not because we're special or better than anyone else, but because we were in the right place at the right time, making the right choices. And that blessing isn't just for us. It's for all of Moon Blessed. Every wolf who pledges to this pack shares in it, in small ways. You'll feel it in your strength, your healing, your connection to each other. The moon's blessing isn't a metaphor or a story. It's as real as the ground beneath your feet. Lima stumbles back to the crowd, her face radiating wonder, and immediately wolves crowd around her, asking questions, wanting to know what she felt. The skepticism that had been hovering at the edges of the gathering begins to dissipate, replaced by genuine belief. "We should address everyone properly," Ralph murmurs to Gladys. "Give them a clear picture of what we're facing and what we're planning." Gladys nods, and together they move to stand on the steps of the main house, elevated enough that the entire crowd can see them. "Wolves of Moon Blessed," Ralph begins, his alpha voice carrying across the assembled crowd with a resonance that seems to echo off the mountains themselves. "We stand at the beginning of something unprecedented, a pack born not from bloodline or conquest, but from the will of the ancient powers themselves. But with that honor comes responsibility and danger." He pauses, letting the words settle over them like a weight. "We've learned that there is a rogue army called the Unbound, led by a wolf named Declan Thorne. They've been expanding across territories for years, destroying packs, killing anyone who resists. Our fathers knew about them. Worse, we have reason to believe they may have been working with them, using the threat of rogue attacks to control you through fear." The crowd erupts in shocked murmurs. Several wolves cry out in anger or disbelief. Gladys lets them have their moment of reaction before raising her hand for silence. "We don't have all the evidence yet," she says honestly, "but we're opening the Elder Council's records, investigating every covered-up attack, every convenient tragedy. If our fathers betrayed you, betrayed all of wolfkind, then you deserve to know the truth." "And the Unbound?" calls out an older male with battle scars marking his arms. "If they're real, if they're as dangerous as you say, what's our plan?" "We don't hide behind walls and hope they pass us by," Ralph responds. "We build a coalition. We reach out to every nearby pack, every group of rogues seeking sanctuary, every wolf who's tired of living in fear. We offer them something our fathers never did, genuine alliance. Not submission, not vassalage, but partnership." "And if other alphas refuse?" another voice asks. "Then they refuse," Gladys says simply. "We can't force anyone to join us, but we can be honest about the threat we all face. The Unbound don't care about pack politics or territorial boundaries. They want power, and they'll take it from anyone weak enough to be conquered. Alone, isolated packs will fall one by one. Together, we might actually survive." "Might?" The skeptical voice comes from the back of the crowd. "That's not exactly reassuring, Alpha." "I won't lie to you and say victory is certain," Gladys responds, meeting the challenge head on. "I won't promise you that following us guarantees safety or success. What I will promise is the truth. We will tell you what we know, what we plan, what we fear. You'll never again be kept in the dark by alphas who think you're too weak or too stupid to handle reality. And that truth starts now," Ralph adds. "We're going to the northern border to meet with rogues we've captured, wolves claiming to be refugees from the Unbound. We're considering accepting them into Moon Blessed on a conditional basis. They'll be watched, tested, required to prove their loyalty. But if they're genuine, they can provide the intelligence we desperately need." "You're trusting rogues?" The question comes from multiple wolves simultaneously, voices overlapping in disbelief. "We're giving them a chance to earn trust," Gladys clarifies. "There's a difference. And we're doing it because we need to break the old pattern of automatically rejecting anyone who doesn't fit the traditional pack structure. The Unbound grew powerful by accepting wolves that no one else wanted. If we're going to fight them effectively, we need to offer something better, A pack that actually lives up to the ideals of loyalty and honor, rather than just paying them lip service. An elderly female wolf pushes her way to the front of the crowd. Gladys recognizes her as Elder Sarah, one of the Silver Crescent representatives who hadn't been marked by the moon's judgment. "Alphas," Elder Sarah says, her voice carrying the weight of her years. "What you're proposing, accepting rogues, building coalitions, challenging centuries of tradition, it's radical, revolutionary even. Some will call it dangerous, reckless." "And you?" Ralph asks. "What do you call it?" Elder Sarah is quiet for a long moment, her weathered face thoughtful. Then, surprisingly, she smiles. "I call it overdue. I've lived for 3 centuries, Alphas. I've seen the pack structure slowly rot from within, watched as fear and manipulation replaced genuine leadership. I've mourned the loss of young wolves who were sacrificed to political games they never even knew they were playing. If what happened last night, if the moon's intervention, was meant to shock us out of our complacency, then perhaps it's time we actually listened." She turns to address the crowd. "I was there in the chamber of the first moon. I saw what happened with my own eyes. The moon's judgment was real. The transformation of the old alphas into Forsaken was real. And the blessing placed on these two," she gestures to Ralph and Gladys, "was real. I've lived long enough to know the difference between political theater and genuine divine intervention." What we witnessed was the latter. The crowd's murmurs shift. Elder Sarah's testimony carrying weight that Ralph and Gladys's words alone couldn't achieve. She's a known quantity, a respected elder who has no reason to lie or exaggerate. "So I pledge myself to Moon Blessed," Elder Sarah continues. "Not out of fear or duty or political calculation, but because I believe in what these alphas represent. A chance to actually make things better instead of just maintaining the status quo. And I encourage all of you to consider doing the same. Not blindly, not without question, but with the understanding that change, even painful change, is sometimes necessary for survival." The declaration ripples through the crowd like a stone thrown into still water. Other voices begin to rise, wolves pledging themselves, asking questions, engaging with the ideas being presented rather than just passively accepting orders from above. Through the bond, Gladys feels Ralph's surprised gratitude. They had expected resistance, skepticism, possibly even outright rebellion. Instead, they're finding something neither of them anticipated: hope. "This might actually work," Ralph thinks to her. "Don't jinx it," Gladys responds, but she can't keep the smile from her face. The crowd eventually begins to disperse, wolves breaking into smaller groups to discuss what they've heard. Some head toward the training grounds, clearly eager to prepare for potential conflict. Others move toward the administrative buildings, ready to help with the practical work of merging 2 territories and building a new pack structure. As the main gathering breaks up, Marcus approaches with a worried expression. "Alphas, there's someone here to see you. She arrived about an hour ago while you were at the northern border. She's unusual." "Unusual how?" Ralph asks. "She claims to be a seer, says she has some information about the unbound that you need to hear, but she won't talk to anyone except the moon-blessed alphas themselves." Ralph and Gladys exchange a glance. Seers are rare among wolf kind, and most are considered charlatans or wolves suffering from mental illness. But occasionally, very occasionally, a true seer emerges. Someone with genuine prophetic ability, touched by the same ancient powers that intervened last night. "Where is she?" Gladys asks. "Waiting in the library." I had her searched for weapons and posted guards, but she's made no threatening moves. Just sits there, staring at nothing, muttering to herself. "Show us," Ralph commands. They follow Marcus through the main house to the library. A vast room lined with books and scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of generations. Sitting in a chair by the window, backlit by afternoon sun, is a woman who appears to be in her mid-60s. Her hair is silver white, hanging loose around her shoulders. Her eyes, when she turns to look at them, are pale gray, almost colorless. "The moon blessed," she says, her voice surprisingly strong for her apparent age. "Finally, I've been waiting to meet you for a very long time." "We only became moon-blessed last night," Gladys points out carefully. The woman laughs, a sound like wind chimes. "Last night in your timeline, perhaps. In mine, I've known about you for decades. Time is fluid for those of us who see what's coming rather than just what is." "You're a seer," Ralph states rather than asks, "among other things. My name is Isadora, and I've come to offer you a warning and a gift. The warning first, because it's more urgent. The unbound know about the moon's judgment. They've already begun moving against you. You have less time than you think." "How much time?" Gladys asks sharply. 3 days until the first scouts arrive. A week until Declan Thorne himself comes with his main force. He's bringing everything he has, because he sees Moon Blessed not just as a target, but as an existential threat. If you succeed in building your coalition, if you actually unite the packs, his entire strategy falls apart. He can't allow that to happen. Ralph's expression hardens. "A week on, that's not enough time to build a coalition, to fortify defenses, to prepare." "It's not enough time to do everything perfectly," Isadora interrupts. "But it's enough time to do what matters most, which brings me to the gift." She reaches into her robe and pulls out a small object wrapped in cloth. When she unwraps it, they see an old stone carved with symbols that seem to shift and change as they look at them. "This is a wayfinder," Isadora explains, "one of the last remaining from the time of the first wolves. It will show you the location of every wolf within 100 miles who shares your purpose, who genuinely wants to build a better future, who would truly pledge themselves to Moon Blessed if given the chance. It won't give you numbers or names, just locations. But it will save you weeks of travel and negotiation. You can send messengers to these wolves, bring them together quickly enough to have real strength when the unbound arrive." Gladys reaches for the stone, then hesitates. "What's the cost?" "Objects of power always have a cost." Isadora's smile is sad. "Wise question. The cost is the truth. Anyone who touches the Wayfinder while it's activated will be unable to lie for 24 hours. Complete honesty, no matter how painful or dangerous. For most wolves, that's a price too high to pay. But for moon-blessed alphas who have already pledged themselves to truth over convenience," she shrugs. "Perhaps the cost is merely uncomfortable rather than impossible." Ralph and Gladys look at each other, a silent conversation flowing through their bond. They're already committed to honesty, to transparency, to building their pack on truth. 24 hours of forced truthfulness would be challenging, yes, especially with so many wolves asking difficult questions. But it would also be powerful proof of their commitment to the principles they're espousing. "Together?" Ralph asks through the bond. "Always together," Gladys confirms. They reach out simultaneously, their hands meeting over the stone, fingers interlacing around the ancient artifact. The moment they make contact, the symbols flare with silver light, the same color as the moonlight that judged them last night. The effect is immediate and disorienting. Gladys feels something shift inside her, a barrier she didn't even know existed crumbling away. Every thought, every emotion, every truth she's ever hidden or softened or carefully avoided, all of it becomes accessible, impossible to contain or disguise. Through the bond, she feels Ralph experiencing the same thing, and for a moment, the vulnerability of it is terrifying. But then she realizes they're already completely transparent to each other through the mate bond. This forced honesty is merely extending to others what already exists between them. The stone pulses in their joined hands, and suddenly the library walls seem to become transparent. In her mind's eye, Gladys sees the surrounding territories mapped out with points of silver light scattered across them like stars. Each light represents a wolf, a potential ally, a soul that resonates with the purpose of Moon Blessed. There are more than she expected, dozens within a day's travel, hundreds within the full 100-mile radius. Not all of them in organized packs. Many are rogues, lone wolves, small family groups living on the fringes of pack territories. But all of them share something fundamental, a desire for the kind of pack that Moon Blessed represents. There are so many, Ralph breathes, clearly seeing the same vision. There have always been many, Isadora says quietly. Wolves who were tired of the old ways, who wanted something better but had nowhere to turn. Your fathers, and alphas like them, suppressed that desire, punished it, made examples of wolves who questioned the status quo. But the desire never died. It just went underground, waiting for someone brave enough or desperate enough to give it voice. The vision fades, but the knowledge remains. A mental map of where they need to send messengers, which territories hold the most potential allies. Thank you, Gladys says to Isadora, meaning it sincerely. This gift, it could save us, could save all of the wolf kind if we use it right. Then use it right, Isadora responds. You have 3 days before the scouts arrive. Use them wisely. And remember, the Unbound aren't your only enemies. There are other alphas who benefit from the old ways, who will see your coalition as a threat to their power. Some of them will seem like allies at first. Watch for wolves bearing gifts and speaking kind words while plotting your destruction. More warnings, Ralph says wryly. Any good news to balance it out? Isadora's smile returns, warmer this time. Yes, actually. You're going to win, eventually. The path will be brutal, the cost will be high, and there will be moments when you'll wish the moon had never chosen you. But you will win. Moon Blessed will survive, will grow, and fundamentally change the future of wolfkind. I've seen it. You've seen it, Gladys repeats. So it's certain? Nothing is certain, Isadora corrects. I've seen a possible future, the most likely path based on current trajectories. But the future changes with every choice made. What I've seen is the future that unfolds if you continue to make the kinds of choices you've been making. If you falter, if you start compromising your principles or putting power over truth, then the future shifts. Darker paths become more likely. No pressure, Ralph mutters, and despite the gravity of the situation, Gladys finds herself fighting a smile. Isadora stands, gathering her robes around her. I should go. My presence here will be noted, and I'd rather not draw attention from those who would seek to use a seer for their own purposes. Wait, Gladys says. You said you've been waiting to meet us for decades. What did you mean? How could you have known about us before we knew about ourselves? The seer pauses at the door, looking back with those strange, colorless eyes. Because I was there when your mothers made a pact. Before either of you were born, before your fathers became the monsters they died as, your mothers met in secret. They knew what their mates were becoming, knew the corruption that was spreading through the pack structure, and they made a vow that if they each had children, they would find a way to bring those children together, to give them a chance to be different, to be better. Gladys's breath catches. My mother died when I was young. I barely remember her. And mine, Ralph adds, his voice rough with emotion. Killed by my father's poison. Yes, Isadora says softly. They both died for that pact, for daring to imagine a future different from what their mates wanted. But before they died, they each did something. Small acts of rebellion that set you both on paths that would eventually intersect. Your mother, Gladys, taught you to value truth over comfort. Ralph, your mother ensured you were trained by wolves loyal to you rather than to your father, building relationships that would support you when you needed them most. They planted seeds, knowing they wouldn't live to see them grow. But I've watched those seeds become saplings, and now, she gestures to them, to the wayfinders still glowing faintly in their joined hands. I'm seeing them become a forest. She slips out the door before either of them can respond, leaving them standing in the library with an artifact of immense power and hearts full of grief and wonder. They knew, Gladys whispers. Our mothers knew, and they tried to save us, and they died for it. Through the plot, she feels Ralph's surge of emotion, grief and rage and fierce determination all tangled together. Then we make it worth it, he says, his voice hard with resolve. We built what they dreamed of. We create the future they died trying to give us. And we make damn sure that no parent ever has to make that choice again, to protect their children or to survive. Gladys nods, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. She had spent so many years believing her mother was weak that she had simply given up, allowing sickness to take her. To learn now that she fought, that she planned, that she loved fiercely enough to sacrifice herself, it recontextualizes everything. Marcus appears in the doorway, his expression carefully neutral. Alphas, the afternoon meetings are about to begin. We have 17 wolves requesting audiences, and Elder Corvus has sent word that the council archives are now open for your inspection. We'll be there shortly, Ralph says. Marcus nods and withdraws, leaving them alone for a few more precious moments. Gladys looks down at the wayfinder, still cradled in their joined hands. We should use this now. Send out messengers to every point of light we saw. If we only have 3 days, we can't afford to waste time. Agreed, but first... Ralph turns her to face him fully, his hands coming up to cup her face. First, I need you to know something. The truth that this stone is forcing me to acknowledge, even though I was trying to find the right time and the right words. Through the bond, Gladys can already feel what he's about to say. But she lets him speak it aloud anyway, understanding that some truths need to be voiced to be real. I love you, Ralph says, his amber eyes locked on hers. Not because we're bonded, not because the moon chose us, but because of who you are. Your strength, your refusal to be broken, your fierce commitment to doing right even when it costs you. I fell in love with you the moment I walked into that chamber and saw you standing there, terrified but unbowed. And every moment since has only made me more certain that you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. The Wayfinder pulses with silver light, confirming his words as absolute truth, as if there was any doubt. I love you too, Gladys responds, and she feels the same pulse of confirmation. I was so afraid of the bond, of losing myself, of being claimed and possessed and controlled. But loving you doesn't diminish me. It makes me stronger. You see me, truly see me, and you love what you see. That's a gift I never expected to receive. They kiss, gentle and sweet, a moment of tenderness stolen from the chaos of their new reality. When they pull apart, Gladys feels steadier, grounded in a way she hasn't been since this entire ordeal began. Ready to be painfully honest with 17 wolves about things we probably shouldn't admit? Ralph asks with a wry smile. Ready to change the world, one uncomfortable truth at a time, Gladys responds. Hand in hand, still holding the wayfinder between them, they walk out of the library and into the rest of their first full day as moon-blessed alphas. The afternoon meetings are exactly as difficult as Gladys anticipated. The wayfinder's compulsion to honesty means they can't soften bad news, can't use diplomatic language to avoid offense, can't hide their own uncertainties and fears. But it also means that every wolf who speaks with them leaves with absolute confidence that they've been told the truth. An older warrior asks if they're just really ready to lead in battle, and Ralph has to admit that he's never led more than a training exercise, that he's terrified of making mistakes that will cost lives. But he also admits that his father deliberately kept him from gaining real combat leadership experience, fearing he would become too popular with the warriors. The admission of vulnerability, coupled with the strategic reasoning behind it, actually seems to reassure the warrior rather than alarming him. A mother with young cubs asks if her children will be safe in moon-blessed territory, and Gladys has to tell her honestly that she doesn't know, that the unbound are coming and the outcome is uncertain. But she also tells the mother that they will fight with everything they have to protect those cubs. That creating a safe future for the next generation is the entire point of what they're building. The mother leaves in tears, but she pledges her family to Moon Blessed and volunteers to help fortify the nursery dens. By the time the last meeting concludes, the sun is setting and both Ralph and Gladys are exhausted. But they've also accomplished something remarkable. Every wolf who met with them today now has absolute faith in their honesty. The word will spread. Moon-blessed alphas don't lie, don't manipulate, don't play political games. They tell the truth, even when it hurts. As they finally return to the alpha's quarters, they find that the rooms have been transformed in their absence. The hunting trophies are gone, the heavy dark furniture replaced with lighter pieces that feel more inviting. There are fresh flowers on the tables, soft blankets draped over chairs, and the entire space feels less like a fortress and more like a home. A note sits on the table, written in Elder Sarah's distinctive handwriting. Even alphas need a sanctuary. May these walls be a place of rest, not just duty. S. I'm going to cry, Gladys mutters, staring at the transformed space. You're allowed, Ralph says, pulling her into his arms. We're allowed to be human, well, wolf, and to have feelings about everything that's happening. They collapse onto the newly comfortable sofa together. The wayfinder finally set aside on a table where it continues to glow faintly, reminding them of the work ahead. The 24 hours of forced honesty still have 18 hours to run, but neither of them particularly cares at the moment. Tomorrow, Gladys says, her head resting on Ralph's shoulder, we start sending out messengers to all those points of light. We'll need fast runners, wolves who can travel quickly and speak persuasively. Marcus can coordinate that, Ralph agrees. He's good with logistics. And we should send Elder Sarah with at least one of the groups. Her testimony about the moon's judgment will carry weight with skeptical packs. We also need to inspect the defenses, Gladys continues, her strategic mind unable to completely rest despite her exhaustion. If we only have 3 days before scouts arrive, we need to know exactly what we're working with. How many trained warriors? What our weapons stores look like? Where the vulnerable points in our territory are. Tomorrow, Ralph repeats. this time as a command rather than a statement. Tonight, we rest. We let ourselves be mates rather than alphas for a few hours. Because if we don't take care of ourselves, we won't be able to take care of anyone else. Gladys knows he's right. She forces herself to relax, to let the tension drain from her muscles, to simply exist in this moment rather than constantly planning for the next crisis. Through the window, the moon is rising, not full, but still bright, still watching. Gladys finds herself wondering what the ancient power that judged them makes of their first day as leaders. Are they living up to the blessing they received? Are they making the right choices? As if sensing her thoughts, Ralph squeezes her gently. We're doing the best we can. That's all anyone can do. And the moon, it chose us knowing exactly who we are, flaws and all. It didn't expect perfection. It expects honest effort and the willingness to keep trying even when things get hard. When did you become so wise? Gladys teases. About 3 hours ago, when the Wayfinder made me admit that I have no idea what I'm doing and I'm terrified most of the time. Ralph responds with a tired laugh. Turns out, acknowledging your limitations is strangely liberating. They sit together as darkness falls. Two young wolves who became alphas overnight, preparing to defend a pack barely a day old against enemies they're only beginning to understand. It should be impossible. It should be a disaster waiting to happen. But through the bond, Gladys feels something that gives her hope. They're not alone. Every wolf who pledged to Moon Blessed today, every point of light on the Wayfinder's map, every mother who volunteered to protect the nursery, and every warrior who admitted his doubts, they're all part of this now, all invested in making it work. Moon Blessed isn't just two alphas. It's a movement, an idea, a promise that things can be better. And maybe, just maybe, that promise is enough to sustain them through the storm that's coming. Part 4, The Storm. Chapter 8, 3 days. The next 72 hours pass in a blur of controlled chaos. Ralph and Gladys barely sleep, barely eat, running on adrenaline and determination and the unshakable belief that if they stop moving, everything will fall apart. The messengers go out at dawn on the first day, carrying copies of a letter Ralph and Gladys spent half the night composing. The letter explains the birth of Moon Blessed, the judgment of the old alphas, and the threat of the unbound. It invites wolves to join them, not as subordinates, but as equals in building a new coalition. Most importantly, it tells the truth about their inexperience, their fears, and their absolute commitment to creating something better than what came before. Some messengers return within hours, bringing wolves who were close enough to respond immediately. Others won't return for days, traveling to distant territories where word of last night's events hasn't yet spread. But the influx begins immediately, and by midday of the first day, Moon Blessed has grown from a few hundred pledged wolves to over 1,000. The logistics of handling that many new arrivals are staggering. They need housing, food, assignments, integration into existing structures. Elder Sarah takes charge of the administrative nightmare, her centuries of experience proving invaluable. She organizes the newcomers into temporary pack structures based on their skills and backgrounds, ensuring that no group feels isolated or unwelcome. Meanwhile, Captain Garrett oversees the fortification of their defenses. The rogues they accepted, Kieran and his companions, prove their worth by providing detailed intelligence about the Unbound's tactics. They fight dirty, Kieran explains. They use poison, ambushes, psychological warfare. They'll try to divide you, to make you doubt each other, to exploit any weakness in your unity. Based on this intelligence, Garrett implements a series of defensive measures, rotating guard patrols that never follow predictable patterns, a system of communication using howls coded in ways the unbound won't understand, caches of weapons hidden throughout the territory so wolves are never caught unarmed. On the second day, 3 neighboring packs send delegations. 2 are cautiously optimistic. They're alphas intrigued by the idea of a coalition but wary of losing autonomy. The third is openly hostile. They're alpha, a grizzled male named Victor who has held power for 6 decades, viewing Moonblessed as a threat to the established order. "Your children playing at leadership," Victor sneers during the meeting, his lip curling as he looks at Ralph and Gladys. "The moon's judgment, ancient powers, superstitious nonsense designed to manipulate the weak-minded. What you've really done is staged a coup, killed your fathers through some clever trick, and now you're trying to consolidate power by preying on wolves' fears of these supposed unbound." The Wayfinder's 24-hour period has expired, so Ralph and Gladys are no longer compelled to painful honesty. But they've discovered that they prefer it anyway. "You're right that we're young," Gladys says calmly, "and you're right that we're inexperienced in traditional pack leadership. But you're wrong about everything else. The moon's judgment was real, witnessed by dozens of wolves, including elders who have no reason to lie. The unbound are real. We have refugees who've barely escaped them, who bear the scars of their attacks. And we didn't kill our fathers. We exposed their corruption, and the ancient powers rendered judgment based on their crimes." "Prove it," Victor challenges. "Prove the moon blessed you. Prove you're anything more than ambitious cubs who got lucky." Ralph and Gladys exchange a glance, then simultaneously reach for the Wayfinder, still sitting on the table between them. The moment they touch it together, it flares with silver light, and Victor stumbles back, his wolf instinctively recognizing the presence of power far beyond normal alpha authority. "The moon blessed us," Ralph says quietly, the ancient power resonating in his voice. "Not because we're special, but because we were willing to choose truth over convenience, honor over power, service over domination. If you can't see that, if you can't feel the genuine nature of what we're building here, then you're either blind or so invested in the old corruption that acknowledging the truth would destroy you." Victor's face cycles through several emotions: fear, rage, calculation. Finally, he settles on cold disdain. "I want no part of your coalition. My pack has survived for generations without needing allies, and will continue to survive long after your little experiment collapses. Good luck with your war, children. You'll need it." He storms out, taking his delegation with him, and Gladys feels a pang of frustration. They need every able-bodied wolf they can get, and losing an entire pack because of one alpha's pride is a strategic disaster. But through the bond, Ralph sends reassurance. We can't save wolves who don't want to be saved, and trying to force them would make us exactly like our fathers. Victor's pack will have to learn the hard way. "Or they'll die," Gladys responds grimly. "Or they'll die," Ralph agrees, "and we'll mourn them. But we can't sacrifice our principles trying to protect wolves who reject those principles. That way lies the same corruption we're fighting against." The other 2 delegations are more promising. Alpha Teresa of the Windrunner Pack agrees to join the coalition, bringing 200 wolves with her. Alpha Jonah of the Riverbend Pack is more cautious, but agrees to a provisional alliance. He'll send 100 warriors to help defend against the Unbound, but won't formally merge his pack with Moonblessed until he sees how the battle plays out. It's not perfect, but it's progress. By the end of the second day, Moonblessed has effective access to over 1,500 wolves, a force large enough to pose a real challenge to the unbound. On the third day, the scouts arrive. The warning comes just after dawn, a messenger racing back from the eastern border, breathless and bleeding from a wound on his shoulder. 6 wolves, he gasps out, moving fast, staying just out of range of our patrols. They're mapping our territory, alphas, looking for weak points. And they're not being subtle about it. They want us to know they're there. Psychological warfare, Kieran confirms when he hears the report. The unbound want you nervous, jumpy, making mistakes. They'll keep the scouts visible for a day or two, letting you exhaust yourselves trying to chase them down. Then when your guards are tired and your nerves are frayed, the real attack will come. Then we don't chase them, Ralph decides. We let them look. Let them see our numbers, our fortifications, our unity. Let them report back to Declan Thorne that Moonblessed is not the easy target he's expecting. That's risky, Captain Garrett warns. If they see everything, they'll know exactly how to attack us. They're going to scout us regardless, Gladys points out. At least this way, we control what they see, Tehi. We can stage our defenses to look stronger in some areas than they really are. Draw them toward attacking where we're actually best prepared. It's a calculated gamble, but they don't have many options. They spend the third day making sure the scouts get a good show. Warriors drilling in perfect formation, weapons being distributed, magical wards being set up around key locations. Some of it is real. Some of it is theater. The scouts won't know which is which. As the sun sets on the third day, marking 72 hours since the claiming ritual that changed everything, Ralph and Gladys stand on the highest point in their territory, looking out over the valley that's become their home. Below them, campfires are being lit as the expanded moon-blessed pack settles in for the night. The valley is dotted with hundreds of fires, each one representing a family or a group who has chosen to stand with them. Tomorrow, Gladys says quietly, the real test comes tomorrow. We're as ready as we can be, Ralph responds, though she can feel his uncertainty through the bond. We have numbers, defensive positions, allies, we have refugees who know the Unbound's tactics. We have the moon's blessing. Will it be enough? Ralph is quiet for a long moment. Then, I don't know. And I'm done pretending I have all the answers. Maybe we win tomorrow. Maybe we lose. Maybe the battle is so costly that even victory feels like defeat. But I know this. We face it together. And we face it honestly, without the lies and manipulation that corrupted the old order. Whatever happens, we'll do it with our honor intact. Gladys leans against him, drawing strength from his solid presence. Our mothers died trying to give us this chance, to build something better. Then we make sure their deaths meant something, Ralph says fiercely. We win tomorrow, not just the battle, but the war for what wolfkind becomes. We prove that the old ways are dead, that corruption and fear can't stand against truth and unity. As if in response to his words, the moon breaks through the clouds, bathing them in silver light. It's not the overwhelming presence of the judgment night, but it's there, watching, waiting, offering its silent blessing. They stay there until full dark, 2 young alphas on the eve of their first real battle, holding each other and drawing strength from a bond forged in moonlight and tempered by truth. Tomorrow the unbound will come. Tomorrow, Moonblessed will prove whether their ideals can survive contact with reality. Tomorrow, everything changes again. But tonight, for these few precious hours, Ralph and Gladys allow themselves to simply be mates, to love each other, to rest in the certainty that whatever comes, they face it united. The moon watches over them, and in the valley below, 1,500 wolves settle in for their last night before war. The claiming ritual that began 72 hours ago has transformed into something none of them could have predicted. Not just a political alliance, but the birth of a movement that could reshape the entire future of wolfkind. But first, they have to survive the morning. Part 5, The Unbound. Chapter 9, The First Blood. Dawn breaks red and violent over moon-blessed territory. The attack comes not with the sunrise, but just before it, in that liminal space between night and day when wolves are at their most vulnerable. Those ending their watch shifts exhausted, those beginning them still groggy from sleep. Gladys wakes to the sound of howls. Not the organized communication system Captain Garrett implemented, but screams of pain and alarm. She's on her feet before full consciousness returns. Ralph already moving beside her, both of them racing toward the source of the chaos. The eastern border is in flames, not literal fire, though smoke rises from several guard stations. But the organized defensive line they spent 3 days building has been shattered in minutes. Through the smoke and confusion, Gladys sees figures moving with ruthless efficiency, larger than normal wolves, fighting with a coordination that speaks of extensive training and absolute unity of purpose. The Unbound. How many? Ralph's thought cuts through the bond, sharp and focused despite the chaos. Gladys opens her senses, using the connection to her pack that comes with alpha authority. She can feel each moon-blessed wolf, their fear and determination and pain flowing through her awareness like individual notes in a cacophonous symphony. And she can feel the others, the invaders, the enemies, the wolves who register as alien presences within her territory. At least 300 on this front, she sends back. But I'm sensing more movement to the south and north. They're hitting us from 3 sides simultaneously. It's a devastating strategy. Divide the defenders, force them to spread their numbers thin, prevent any unified response. Classic military tactics executed with brutal precision. Captain Garrett materializes out of the smoke, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. Alphas, they breached the eastern defenses with some kind of explosive. I've never seen anything like it. Took out our forward positions before we could sound the alarm. Casualties? Ralph barks. 17 dead, 30 wounded. The healers are overwhelmed. 17 dead. 17 wolves who pledged themselves to Moon Blessed, who trusted Ralph and Gladys to lead them, who believed in the dream of something better. 17 lives snuffed out before the real battle has even begun. Through the bond, Gladys feels Ralph's grief threatening to overwhelm him, but he forces it down, compartmentalizing with a discipline that speaks to years of alpha training. There will be time to mourn later. Right now, they need to fight. Pull back to the secondary defensive line, Ralph orders. The one we prepared with Kieran's intelligence. Let them think they've broken through, then hit them from the flanks. Alpha, if we pull back, they'll have access to the valley, to the civilian populations. They'll have access to carefully prepared kill zones, Gladys interrupts. Trust the plan, Captain. We knew they'd breach the first line. That's why we built 3 more behind it. Garrett's expression shifts from panic to grim understanding. He salutes and races off to relay the orders, his commands cutting through the chaos like a blade through flesh. Ralph and Gladys run toward the eastern breach, and what they see when they arrive makes Gladys's blood run cold. The Unbound aren't just attacking, they're massacring. The lead wolves are enormous, easily 50% larger than normal wolf form, their bodies twisted by what looks like deliberate mutation. Their eyes glow with an unnatural yellow light, and their movements are too fast, too strong, enhanced by something that goes beyond normal wolf abilities. They're using dark magic. Elder Corvus's voice comes from behind them. The ancient elder has arrived, flanked by two younger council members, and his expression is grave. Blood magic, specifically. They're sacrificing their own life force to temporarily enhance strength and speed. It's forbidden by every pack law, considered an abomination against the natural order. Can we counter it? Ralph asks urgently. Not directly, but blood magic has a cost. The wolves using it will burn out quickly, usually within an hour. If we can hold them off, delay them, prevent them from achieving their objectives before the enhancement fades, they'll be left weakened and vulnerable. An hour. They need to survive an hour against enemies who are faster, stronger, and more numerous than they are. Through the bond, Ralph sends Gladys a burst of dark humor. Well, at least they gave us a clear timeline. Despite everything, Gladys finds herself smiling, always looking for the silver lining. That's what you're here for. They shift together, their wolves emerging in perfect synchronization. Gladys has always been smaller than male wolves, built for speed and agility rather than raw power. But when she shifts now, something is different. The moon's blessing manifests physically, and she finds herself larger than before, stronger, her silver-white fur seeming to glow with residual divine energy. Beside her, Ralph's transformation is equally dramatic. He was always large for a wolf, but now he's massive, not with the twisted mutations of the Unbound, but with natural power amplified by ancient magic. His dark fur ripples with muscle, and when he howls, the sound carries alpha authority that makes even the blood magic-enhanced Unbound hesitate. Together, Gladys sends through the bond. Always together, Ralph confirms. They charge into the breach. The battle that follows is brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Gladys has ever experienced. Her training was focused on ceremonial combat, on controlled sparring designed to teach technique without causing serious injury. This is nothing like that. This is primal, savage, a fight for survival where every mistake could be fatal. But she's not alone. Through the bond, she feels Ralph fighting beside her, their movements synchronized in ways that would be impossible without their connection. When she dodges left, he strikes right. When he draws an enemy's attention, she attacks from behind. They fight as a single unit, two bodies with one purpose. And gradually, impossibly, they begin to push the Unbound back. The blood magic enhancement makes the enemy wolves stronger individually, but it also makes them reckless. They fight with the desperation of wolves who know their power is temporary, throwing themselves into attacks without proper strategy or coordination. The moon-blessed wolves, by contrast, fight with discipline and mutual support, protecting each other's flanks, falling back when wounded rather than fighting until they drop. 15 minutes into the battle, the first of the Unbound begin to falter. Their enhanced strength is fading, the blood magic consuming the life force that sustains it. They stumble, slow, become vulnerable, and Moon Blessed takes advantage. Captain Garrett leads a flanking force that cuts through the weakened Unbound like a knife through butter. Alpha Teresa and her Windrunner pack wolves hit them from the south, their speed and coordination devastating against enemies who can no longer keep up. Even the provisional forces from Riverbend Pack join the assault, their Alpha Jonah roaring challenges as he tears into an Unbound lieutenant. The tide turns. The Unbound, realizing their blood magic advantage is gone, and they're now facing numerically superior forces with better defensive positions, begin to retreat. It's organized at first, a tactical withdrawal designed to preserve forces. But as Moonblessed presses the attack, as more Unbound fall and the survivors realize they're not going to be able to disengage cleanly, the retreat becomes a rout. Within 30 minutes of the initial breach, the Eastern Front has been completely cleared. The Unbound are fleeing back toward their own territories, leaving behind dozens of bodies, their own and Moonblessed's mingled together in the mud and blood of battle. Gladys shifts back to human form, breathing hard, her body aching from exertion and minor injuries she barely noticed during the fight. Beside her, Ralph does the same, and for a moment they simply stand there, surveying the carnage. "We won," Ralph says, and he sounds almost surprised. "We survived the first assault," Gladys corrects. "This wasn't the real attack. This was a test." "A test?" Captain Garrett approaches, limping slightly from a leg wound. "Alphas, they threw 300 wolves at us. That's not a test. That's an invasion." "It's both," Kieran says, emerging from the smoke. The former Unbound wolf is covered in blood, some his own, most not, and his expression is grim. Declan Thorne doesn't commit his full force until he understands what he's facing. This was reconnaissance through violence. He wanted to see how you'd respond, how your defenses would hold, whether your coalition would actually fight together or fall apart under pressure. "And what did he learn?" Alpha Teresa asks, joining the conversation. Her Windrunner wolves have taken minimal casualties, their speed allowing them to strike and fade before the blood magic enhanced Unbound could retaliate effectively. "That you're stronger than he expected," Kieran admits. "That your defenses are layered and well-planned. That your wolves actually trust each other and they're alphas enough to follow orders even in the midst of chaos. That's not what he's used to encountering." "So what happens now?" Jonah asks. The Riverbend Alpha has a deep gash across his shoulder, but he's still standing, still functional. Does he retreat? Look for easier targets? Kieran shakes his head slowly. "No, now he gets angry. Now he takes this personally. Declan Thorne has spent years building a reputation as an unstoppable force. He can't allow a pack barely 3 days old to humiliate him. He'll come back, and when he does, he'll bring everything he has." Through the bond, Gladys feels Ralph's exhaustion, physical and emotional. They've been awake for most of 3 days, preparing defenses, building alliances, and now fighting their first major battle. Neither of them is operating at full capacity, and the real assault is still to come. But they don't have the luxury of rest. Already, healers are moving through the battlefield, tending to wounded, identifying dead. The final casualty count will take hours to compile, but Gladys can feel through her alpha connection that they've lost more than just the initial 17. At least 40 moon-blessed wolves won't see another sunset. 40 wolves who trusted them. 40 families that will need to be notified. 40 graves that will need to be dug. "We need to honor the fallen," Gladys says aloud, her voice cutting through the various strategic discussions. "Before we do anything else, before we plan the next defense or treat the wounded or prepare for the next assault, we honor those who died protecting this pack." Several of the gathered alphas look uncomfortable. Battle protocol usually dictates immediate focus on strategic concerns, leaving mourning for later. But Ralph nods his agreement. "My mate is right. These wolves died believing in something, in the dream of a better pack, a better future. The least we can do is acknowledge their sacrifice before moving on to the next fight." Elder Corvus steps forward, his ancient face etched with approval. The rite of passage for fallen warriors takes 3 hours to perform properly. Can we afford that time, Alphas? Can we afford not to? Gladys counters. What message does it send if we treat our dead as inconveniences to be processed quickly and forgotten? We're supposed to be different from the old ways. We're supposed to value every life, not just the ones that survive to be useful. Through the bond, she feels Ralph's surge of fierce love and pride. "You're magnificent," he sends. "I'm exhausted and terrified," she responds honestly. "But I'm right about this. You're both," Ralph agrees. "And yes, you're absolutely right." The gathered wolves exchange glances, and Gladys can see the moment when understanding dawns. This isn't just about honoring the dead. It's about reinforcing the values that make Moon Blessed different. It's about showing every wolf present that their alphas mean what they say about putting pack members' welfare ahead of strategic convenience. 3 hours, Alpha Teresa says firmly. "We can afford 3 hours. We'll rotate guard shifts, keep scouts on the perimeter. But we'll also properly honor those who fell." "Agreed," Jonah adds, surprising everyone. The Riverbend Wolves who died today weren't even full Moon Bless members yet. They were provisional allies, but they fought like pack, and they deserve to be mourned like pack. The decision made, wolves begin the somber work of gathering the fallen. Each body is treated with reverence, cleaned and prepared according to traditional rites. The wounded are moved to healing areas, their injuries tended by the pack's small but dedicated group of healers, now overwhelmed but working with grim determination. As the preparations continue, Gladys finds herself drawn to one body in particular, a young female wolf she recognizes as Lima, the girl who had questioned whether the moon's blessing was real. She had been barely past her first shift, and now she lies still and cold, her eyes closed as if in sleep. "She was one of the first to volunteer for the Eastern Defense," a voice says behind Gladys. She turns to find Elder Sarah, the ancient wolf who pledged herself to Moon Blessed on the first day. Said she wanted to prove herself worthy of the pack, said if the moon blessed the alphas, then she wanted to be blessed by fighting for them. Tears sting Gladys's eyes, the first she's allowed herself since the battle began. She was so young. Young, yes, but she died protecting something she believed in. That's more than most wolves get. Elder Sarah's hand rests gently on Gladys's shoulder. "This is the weight of leadership, Alpha. Every life lost is a wound on your soul. Your father, your biological father, never allowed himself to feel that weight. He saw deaths as statistics, as acceptable losses in service of his goals. But you feel each one, and that pain, that grief, it's what will keep you from becoming what he was." "It hurts so much," Gladys whispers. "It's supposed to," Elder Sarah says gently. "The day it stops hurting is the day you should step down, because you'll have lost the thing that makes you worthy of leading." The rite of passage begins as the sun reaches its zenith. Elder Corvus leads the ceremony, his ancient voice carrying across the assembled wolves as he speaks the old words, the prayers for safe passage to whatever lies beyond this life. Each name is spoken aloud, each life acknowledged, each sacrifice honored. Gladys and Ralph stand at the center of the ceremony, and as each name is called, they respond in unison. "We remember, we honor, we will carry your memory forward." It's not just ceremonial. Through the bond, through their connection to Moon Blessed, they actually do remember, Each face, each name, each brief glimpse of the wolf who died. The memories settle into their souls like stones, a weight they will carry for the rest of their lives. When the ceremony finally concludes, when the last prayer has been spoken and the last name remembered, the gathered wolves stand in silence for a long moment. Then spontaneously they begin to howl, not in mourning but in defiance. A promise to the fallen that their deaths will not be in vain, that Moon Blessed will survive, will thrive, will build the better future they died protecting. The sound rises to the sky, carried on wind and will, and Gladys feels certain that somewhere, in whatever realm the dead now inhabit, they hear it and take comfort. As the howling fades, Captain Garrett approaches with a grim expression. Alphas, the scouts are reporting movement, large-scale movement. The Unbound are returning, and they're bringing significantly more numbers this time. How many? Ralph asks. At least 1,000, possibly more. Our scouts couldn't get close enough for an accurate count without being spotted. They'll be here by nightfall. 1,000 unbound wolves against 1,500 Moon Blessed and allied forces. The numbers favor them, but not by much, especially if the Unbound use blood magic enhancement again. We need to evacuate the non-combatants, Gladys decides. Everyone who can't fight, elderly, young, wounded, needs to be moved to the inner sanctuary. If the Unbound break through our lines, at least they'll have some protection. That will reduce our effective fighting force by at least 200, Alpha Teresa points out. Those wolves will be guarding the sanctuary instead of fighting on the front lines. I know, but we're not sacrificing civilians to pad our numbers. That's exactly the kind of calculation our fathers would have made, and we're not them. No one argues. The evacuation begins immediately. Wolves helping each other toward the innermost part of Moon Blessed territory where the sacred chamber, the chamber of the first moon where this all began, has been designated as a sanctuary. As the afternoon wears on, the remaining wolves prepare for the coming battle. Weapons are distributed, silver-edged blades forged specifically for wolf combat, spears with tips blessed by the elders, even a few ancient artifacts pulled from the council's vaults. The defenses are reinforced, traps set, positions assigned. Ralph and Gladys move through the preparations, offering encouragement, answering questions, projecting confidence even when they feel anything but. Through the bond, they share their fears and doubts with each other. But to the pack, they present a united front of certainty and strength. As the sun begins its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood and fire, the scouts report that the Unbound have stopped just beyond visual range. They're camping, resting, preparing for a night assault. Declan Thorne is with them, Kieran reports, his voice tight with old fear. I caught a glimpse of him through the trees. He's bigger than I remember, stronger. I think he's been using blood magic on himself, not just his warriors. Long-term enhancement rather than the temporary boost we saw this morning. What does that mean for us? Jonah asks. It means he'll be harder to kill, Kieran says flatly. Much harder. Blood magic enhancement over years builds up in the system, makes the wolf permanently stronger, faster, more durable. The cost is a shortened lifespan and eventual madness. But for someone like Declan who lives for battle, that's an acceptable trade. So we're facing a magically enhanced warlord with 1,000 followers, and our advantages are... what exactly? Teresa's tone is dry but not panicked. Numbers, defensive position, unity, and the moon's blessing, Ralph ticks off, plus knowledge of the terrain, better healing support, and the moral high ground. The moral high ground doesn't stop claws and fangs, Teresa mutters. No, Gladys agrees. But it gives our wolves something to fight for beyond survival, and that makes all the difference. As darkness falls, Moon Blessed prepares for their second battle in one day. The wolves are exhausted, injured, grieving, but they're also determined, united by the ceremony honoring their fallen, strengthened by alphas who actually seem to care whether they live or die. The moon rises, nearly full now, casting silver light across the valley. And in that light, Gladys sees movement, a dark tide flowing down from the hills, 1,000 wolves moving as one toward moon-blessed territory. The Unbound have come, and this team they're not testing defenses or gathering intelligence. This time, they're coming to destroy everything Ralph and Gladys have built. The final battle for Moon Blessed begins with howls that shake the earth, challenge and rage and the promise of violence. The Unbound crash into the outer defenses like a wave of shadow, and Moon Blessed rises to meet them. Ralph and Gladys shift together one final time, their wolves larger and more powerful than they were this morning, the moon's blessing growing stronger as the celestial orb grows fuller. They stand at the front lines, leading their pack not from safety but from the heart of danger. No matter what happens, Gladys sends through the bond as the enemy closes in. I'm glad it was you. I'm glad the moon chose us for each other. No matter what happens, Ralph responds, his mental voice fierce with love and determination. We face it together. The Unbound hit their lines with devastating force, and the battle for Moon-Blessed's survival and for the future of all wolfkind truly begins. Epilogue. The Promise. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. Later, when songs were sung and stories told, wolves would speak of those 3 days in hushed, reverent tones. They would tell of 2 young alphas who fought like ancient warriors, their bond so strong that they moved as one. They would speak of allies who became pack, of strangers who became family, of wolves who discovered strength they never knew they possessed. They would tell of the moment on the second night when Ralph and Gladys, surrounded by Unbound warriors, touched hands and called upon the moon's blessing and the silver light that descended from the sky, burning through blood magic corruption like fire through shadow. They would speak of Declan Thorne's final charge, his blood magic-enhanced body a twisted mockery of wolf form, and how he fell not to strength or superior tactics, but to truth. Ralph and Gladys speaking words of honesty and honor that the corrupted warlord could not withstand, his own guilt and shame turning his power against him. They would remember the cost. 217 moon-blessed wolves who never saw the dawn of the 4th day. But they would also remember the victory, the Unbound broken, scattered, no longer a unified threat. And more importantly, they would remember what came after. On the morning of the 4th day, as survivors tended wounds and counted their dead, 37 different packs sent delegations to Moon Blessed. Not to offer conditional alliances or provisional support, but to formally request membership in the coalition. Within a week, that number grew to 64 packs. Within a month, the entire Northern Territories had reorganized under the Moon Blessed banner, not as subordinate packs forced into submission, but as equal partners in building something better. The old system of isolated competing packs didn't collapse overnight. There were still alphas like Victor who clung to the old ways, who rejected the idea of unity and cooperation. But gradually, inevitably, those packs either adapted or were absorbed by the growing moon-blessed coalition. Within a year, Ralph and Gladys stood before a gathering of over 100 packs, representing tens of thousands of wolves, and formalized what would become known as the Council of the Moon Blessed. A governing body where every pack had a voice, where decisions were made through consensus rather than dictate, where transparency and truth were valued above political convenience. It wasn't perfect. There were mistakes, conflicts, moments when the ideals they fought for seemed impossible to maintain. But Ralph and Gladys, bound by love and the moon's blessing, led with unwavering commitment to the principles that birthed their pack. And on the anniversary of the claiming ritual that changed everything, they stood once again in the chamber of the first moon, not as reluctant sacrifices, but as willing partners preparing to reaffirm their bond. "What if your most intimate moment was not your own?" Gladys asked, echoing the words that had begun their journey. "What if it became a public spectacle?" "Then we'd do it the same way we did everything else," Ralph responded, smiling. "Together with truth and without shame." They came together under the moon's light one more time, not because ancient powers demanded it, but because they chose it. And as they did, as they renewed their bond before witnesses who came not to judge but to celebrate, the moon blessed them again, not with power or authority, but with something simpler and more precious: peace. The certainty that what they had built would last, that the sacrifices made, by them, by their mothers, by every wolf who fell protecting the dream of something better, had not been in vain. Claimed 3 times under the moon while the elders watched. The first claiming had been duty, the second had been choice, but the third, this final one, was pure love. A promise renewed, a bond reaffirmed, a future secured. And the moon, watching from above, whispered its approval through silver light that filled the chamber and spilled out into the world beyond. Moon Blessed had survived. And now, it will thrive. The end. Subscribe to my channel for more amazing story and comments. Where you are watching from